Good evening. For those watching tonight's meeting virtually, the meeting is available to live stream via the Park District website. All information about Park District meetings can be found at winpark.org under the Park District Info tab by selecting Board Meetings and Videos. Public comments are accepted in person. A link to the video and audio will be posted immediately following this evening's meeting. To improve the sound while listening to the meeting, please turn up the volume on your computer and turn up the volume on the website. There's a slight picture delay when the video switches between camera views. The audio will remain on during this brief delay. The meeting packet for tonight's meeting is located on the website. For those attending tonight's meeting, the emergency exits from the room are the door behind you or through the foyer. The board asks for your cooperation to maintain decorum. Personal remarks are not permitted, and interruptions should be limited to valid points of order and privilege. Please be considerate and refrain from interrupting board members and other speakers. We are a community coming together to discuss difficult issues in a civil and respectful fashion. Welcome to the February 26, 2026 Winnetka Park District Board of Commissioners meeting. I'd like to call the meeting to order at 6:01 and ask Saba to take roll call for attendance.
Yes. Commissioner Seaman?
I'm here.
Commissioner Rapp? Here. Commissioner Ruth? Here. Commissioner Kodo?
Here.
Commissioner Corley?
Here.
Commissioner Tyson?
Here.
Commissioner Gibson?
Here.
All here.
Thank you. At this point, we'll turn to the Pledge of Allegiance. Please stand if you're able for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, and we'll now turn to public announcements. Shannon?
Sure. So we want to invite everybody to join us for the Winnetka Park Foundation's Family Skate this Friday, February 27th at the Ice Arena from 10 a.m. to 11:30 a.m. Also of note, spring and summer camp registration is now open, so please visit the Park District website for details and to keep updated on all of our programs and events. Also, daylight savings starts Sunday, March 8th, so remember to spring forward.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Now we're moving to section 1.4 of the agenda, approval of February 26, 2026 regular meeting agenda. Are there any requests for changes or additions to the agenda?
I'd just like to remove item 3.10 from consent. I have two questions.
Okay.
What was that?
Remove 3.10 from consent. I have two questions.
All right, and then,
Elise?
yes? Oh, sorry, hi.
Hi.
I'm sorry, I didn't see
I'd
you.
like to remove 3.7 just for a question.
Okay,
Is that it? It's the org chart. I may have the wrong number here.
Oh, I think they changed.
I
The
think they
organizational chart.
It's
is
3.9.
3.9.
Yes, yes,
3.9.
okay.
Thank you.
all right. May I have a motion to approve the February 2026 regular meeting agenda as amended to remove section 3.10 from consent and 3.9 from consent?
So moved.
Second.
All right. All right, now we'll move on to section 2 of the agenda, and this is public comment. This is your opportunity to address the board on any issue. When called upon, please come to the center position in front of the commissioners, stand on the podium, and speak into the microphone, and state your name for the record. Please address your comments directly to the board in accordance with the public comment policy and the board policy manual, and is referenced in Public Access Counselor Opinion 2024 PAC 81900. Each speaker is permitted up to 3 minutes to provide public comment after being recognized. Speakers may not combine, transfer, or yield their allotted time to others. If you prefer to submit your comments in writing this evening, you may do so by providing them to a member of the Park District staff. So at this point, I would like to start with public comment. Yes?
I'd like to,
I'm starting in the back of the room.
okay.
Thank you. Could I start at the back of the room and have anyone wishing to make public comment come forward?
So back of the room, mixing it up. Hi, Ted Wanchenko. So I wanted to talk about the beach. So I think it's terrible. It's a shame that we are moving backwards. So Chairman Bradley, at the meeting where the last plan was shot down, made this comment about compromise and reaching some sort of consensus. And in response, the Park District held this meeting where they essentially like revitalized the old plan, moving the fences, allowing a bypass, but moving the fence back to the groin so that the neighbor to the south could plausibly argue that people are trespassing on his land and block access to the stairway over the stone that he built. It's already, that plan's already been shot down. Now you're trying to bring it back. Comments were made that like, we don't know, maybe this will invalidate the agreement, donation agreement. It won't. I think everyone knows that really the only part of that donation agreement that was of any value to the Orchard 2020 people was the fence on the groin, which would allow them to prevent people from going south. And it's just a shame. And the other comment that was made was that I'm not a lawyer, but no reason why we wouldn't be allowed to get people to go that way. But we all know that. I think we all understand that's probably not true. In case you aren't aware, I have been sued by Orchard 2020. They are trying to exclude me from 165 feet of Centennial Park, 165 feet of Lake Michigan, and the two neighbors to the south. And if you think that Orchard 2020 is going to stop with me, I think you might want to reconsider that. And so I think it's clear that by moving the fence back to the groin, you won't have any issues with the donation agreement, but you will set up a situation that prevents people from walking south along the lakeshore. Having said that, back a couple years ago, there was a working group about the dog beach, and they actually apparently recommended Tower as the location for the dog beach. At the same time, when there was a push to have a 100-foot-plus fence of louvers going out into the lake, the dog beach was removed from the Centennial plans. It wasn't there. It was gone. Centennial became a public beach, swimming beach. Only after the louvers disappeared did somehow the dog beach return to Centennial. The Tower idea disappeared. I noticed that in the records, the only complaints that were there about the Tower, issues with Tower, are the same complaints that people have with the beach at Centennial and how the dogs and rip currents and whatnot. But the point is that the Tower location seems like the most appropriate location for this. Oh, sorry. Although I don't think there should be any dog beach, I could, compromise with that. It's a shame that the Park District isn't willing to compromise, but is continuing down this path of exclusion. We'll see what happens.
All right, I'm taking public comments from the last row. Anyone in the last row who wishes to make public comment, please step forward.
Hi, my name is Katie Tingle. Last fall, my sister and I launched a nonprofit that helps young adults with intellectual disabilities gain meaningful employment in our community. Melissa Mastros and Trevian's Flag Football were instrumental in our start by hiring 2 of our participants. They immediately opened up their arms to our idea and ran with it, giving us momentum and allowing us the opportunity to develop our program. Every Sunday, Kate and Tommy worked on those fields, interacting with families, refs, and coaches, building confidence and independence, and earning their first paychecks. Through concessions, we also connected with hundreds of local families and expanded awareness of our mission. It has been an incredibly meaningful partnership, not just for BYB and the young adults we serve, but also for the whole community. Thank you. And Tommy, one of our participants.
Why, hi everybody. Tommy Fritzy here tonight. I want to say thank you for being here tonight. It's an honor to be here with you all. Also, I want to thank my supporter, Mrs. Tingle. She deserves it because over years ago. I spent my life training of my hard work and dedication to this community. And also, I want to say, about my honorship. And thank you for being here tonight. I also want to thank my mom for being here tonight. So, I want to give my mom to the stand. Thank you.
Thank you, Tommy. I'm just going to spend a minute to thank the community. Tommy graduated from New Trier last year and had such a wonderful experience. We went through the public school system, and when his typically developing peers graduated, many of which were involved in the sport, including one of the Mastros boys, Melissa and Katie reached out to me and asked if Tommy wanted to still be involved. And every Sunday, it has been in the summer really the thing he and his friend Kate Winslow look most forward to. These kids feel often isolated, especially after their typically developing peers move along to college. And I just want to say that this experience has just been really life-changing for us and for Tommy particularly. So thank you.
All right, do we have anyone else in the back row who would like to make comment, public comment, please?
That's a tough act to follow. My goodness. Mary Garrison, and good evening to you. I attend the annual Illinois Association of Park Districts, the Park Districts IPA, APD, and IPRA conference most years. It's an opportunity to reconnect with past presidents of the IPD and the IPRA. Welcome. The new leadership is coming into IAPD and IPRA and reflect on the work accomplished on behalf of both organizations. IPRA represents the parks professionals, and IAPD represents the elected park officials. While I no longer attend the educational sessions, over the years I've had the benefit of meeting commissioners from other districts and bringing back ideas that have been successfully implemented here in Winnetka. For that reason, I have consistently encouraged both the elected officials and the staff from Winnetka Park District to attend this conference, and some do. There's always something new to learn, and many elected officials come into their roles without prior exposure to the uniqueness and the complex world of parks and recreation. It truly is a field of its own. I was especially pleased to see 3 commissioners and the district's attorney in attendance on the final day this year. Thank you, Elise, Cynthia, and Christina, for your participation and engagement. On another matter, I want to reiterate that I support the Winnetka Park District in many ways and appreciate the dedication of both staff and board members. However, I cannot support the most recent proposal for the Centennial Beach, particularly the fencing components. The proposed enclosed walkway raises significant concerns for me. I believe it presents safety challenges, diminishes the natural beauty of the beach, and changes the character of the space in a way that feels inconsistent with its long-standing design. The southern exit configuration also appears to create potential safety issues. In addition, a 12-foot wide fence extending more than 200 feet would remove over 2,400 square feet of usable beach area. The proposed in-water fencing similarly introduces safety and aesthetic concerns. For nearly 60 years, Centennial Beach has been a passive, beautiful, and tranquil environment. It is a treasured public asset, and we are fortunate that the Winnetka Park District serves as its steward, along with our other lakefront properties. I respectfully ask that you carefully reconsider these fencing proposals and prioritize solutions that preserve the openness, safety, and character that have defined Centennial Beach for generations. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. All right, do we have anyone else in the last row who would like to give public comment? Okay, we'll move up to the second to last row. Is there anyone in, come on forward, please.
My name is Lynn White. I have worn 2 hats in my adult life. It has been an honor, a privilege, and pure joy to be a kindergarten and first grade teacher in the Winnetka Public Schools for 39 years and to be a mom to my 2 boys. With that context in mind, I have come here tonight to share my perspective, my story. What is flag football? I had no idea until someone put a football into my oldest son's hand when he was 9 years old one day at school. He threw a spiral and the love of the game began. He went on to play flag football 10 months out of the year for 9 years in 4 communities on the North Shore. Wherever we could find a league, he and his friends were there to play, and they loved it. He told me one day, "I love playing for the North Shore Trevians the best. It's my favorite league. Best uniforms, best flags, best fields, consistent referees, and we always have good, fair games." As silly as it may sound, the uniforms and flags make a huge difference to a player, along with all the other things that he mentioned, so they can be their best on the field. The list he came up with as a player matters, and it speaks to the league fostering an environment of achievement and pride through all the details, big and small. As a parent, I see the astounding potential of flag football. Besides developing skills of passing, catching, running routes, defensive positioning, agility, and eye-hand coordination, flag football fosters strategic thinking when players focus on strategy, quick decision-making, and quick cuts. Flag football emphasizes cooperation, sportsmanship, and making friends. It allows a big body workout, improving cardiovascular health and muscle strength through constant movement. This sport requires minimal equipment and has less time commitment for parents as well. But let's not forget the 2 largest contributions of this sport. It allows every child, regardless of their athletic ability, a chance to play and grow their skills. They get to contribute to a whole greater than themselves. They see that their presence on the field matters. They matter to their team, and they matter to their coaches. This is a gift to all children. Also, flag football, at its essence, is about community. My students, both boys and girls, have asked me countless times to come and watch them play their games on Sundays. I often watch 5 games back to back. They are so proud. They want to share this experience with me, their teacher, outside of the classroom. You haven't heard about my second son yet, and I'd like to close with him. He went from playing in the program because he loved it so much that he is now giving back by coaching and refereeing. North Shore Trevian League has created jobs to help high school students build their resumes and their skills for college applications and for life. This is a true K-12 state-of-the-art community-based program. I asked him last night, "How do you feel about North Shore Trevian League and what has it done for you?" He answered simply and easily, "North Shore Trevians has helped me strengthen my communication skills and allowed me to build relationships with a variety of people. Refereeing and coaching flag football has helped me become a more confident, responsible, and community-minded leader. Lessons that go beyond the field." Thank you for listening to my story.
Hi, my name is Holly Hales, and I'm a senior at New Trier High School. I've always been an active athlete throughout my life, playing volleyball and many other sports, but I can confidently say that I've never found a sport that has impacted me more than flag football. When I heard that New Trier would be starting its first ever girls flag football team, I decided to take a leap. I didn't know if I'd be any good, anyone on the team, or even how to throw a football. But what I quickly found was more than just a sport. I found girls who were fiercely competitive and unapologetically tough, and a version of myself that wasn't afraid to take up space in places that weren't originally built for girls. By my senior season, I was honored to serve as a varsity captain and to be nominated to play in the first ever girls flag football senior bowl in Illinois, a college recruitment opportunity alongside the top female players in the state. These opportunities didn't exist just a few years ago. That's how fast the sport is growing. Girls flag football is now one of the fastest growing sports in the country. It is becoming a college level sport, and it is moving towards the NCAA level. This isn't just a trend, it's a movement. But the most meaningful part of this experience for me hasn't been the recognition or the titles. It's been the younger girls. This season, I had the opportunity to watch freshman girls join the team, many of them coming from the North Shore Trevian program, a community I wish I had been able to be a part of when I was younger, and a program that creates a foundation for younger girls by giving them the skills, confidence, and the preparation they need to succeed at the high school level. Now that my high school season is over, the highlight of my week is helping run the North Shore Trevian Girls Clinic. I'm beyond excited to play for the new North Shore High School girls team, and even more excited to pass my knowledge and leadership as a coach for the younger girls this spring. Because that's where the real impact happens. Flag football gives kids more than a game. It gives them confidence, belonging, discipline, leadership, and identity. For girls especially, it gives them permission to be competitive, strong, loud, confident, and powerful without apology. Flag football gave me more than a team. It gave me a place where I could be my true self. Competitive, loud, proud, strong. It showed me that one of the most important parts of leadership is authenticity. You can't lead anyone in any aspects of life by being anyone but yourself. I'm incredibly proud to have been part of something that is breaking barriers, changing narratives, and creating opportunities for generations to come. And I'm even more proud to continue that work, helping young athletes grow, not just as players, but as leaders, teammates, and confident individuals. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Jackson Chilowich. I go to New Trier, and I've been a ref for the Trevian Flag Football League for 3 years, and I played in the league from 4th to 8th grade. By being a ref, I've learned many different life skills, such as the ability to respectfully talk with adults, especially when there's a disagreement in calls. I've also been able to teach many ideas of sportsmanship to a lot of the kids who play and allow them to be better competitors in the league. It makes me feel good to be able to contribute to the fun that many of the players have. Me, my sister, and my brother all play or played in the league when we were younger, and it's really an awesome way to get into football. My parents don't let us play tackle, so flag was my only option. And it's really an awesome program for kids who are in the same situation. It's just a fun time for everyone that plays. So yeah, thank you.
Hi, my name is Matthew. I'm a junior at New Trier. I've been a ref since I was a freshman, and I played since I was in 5th grade. Growing up, a lot of my friends and I loved the game of football, loved playing, but as someone who didn't want to be physical, flag football was a great opportunity to be able to play the sport. Since 5th grade, a lot of my friends have played in this league and had a ton of fun with it, and now that I've aged out of it, being a ref is amazing to see the kids that are similar to me that love the sport of football but also just want to have fun. Being a ref has been great for the last 3 years. I've met a lot of great people. I've worked with great people as well, and the community around it is also super strong. At school, a lot of the refs, if they see each other, they say hi. I'm friends with a good chunk of them, and even the ones that are older or younger than me, we all just feel really close regardless of age. Reffing is a great thing, not only to connect with the community and younger kids, but also with adults. It teaches you a lot of life skills, and it's also amazing to be able to teach young kids to grow up and then also come take your spot when they're your age. Overall, I've had an amazing experience with reffing flag football, and I just wanted to share that. Thank you.
Do we have anyone else in the second to last row? Thank you.
How you doing? C.R. Russell. I just came here because I heard this is on the agenda. My kids play flag football here. Kids' sports nowadays, in my opinion, is kind of a dumpster fire, but flag football program here. I think it's been absolutely special. I have the benefit of living across the street, so having a sport where my kids can safely walk across the street and hang out with their buddies for an hour for practice, and then on weekends for football is special. But I'd be hard pressed to say that there's any activity in Winnetka where, you know, on a Saturday or Sunday you see all your neighbors and kids and they all get to play together like we get to do at these flag football games. It's a blessing, and it's what sports should be in my mind, and that's all I wanted to say.
Thank you. Do we have anyone else in the second to last row? All right, let's move to the third to last row, please.
Good evening. I think most of you guys know me, but I'm Patrick Conway, a Winnetka resident. I'm here tonight to express my thanks and support for the past and ongoing partnership between the Winnetka Park District and the Flag Football League. I've coached all three of my children in this league over the years, and it was kind of crazy when I was doing the count of how many teams I've coached. This will be the 19th team I will coach this spring, so a lot of football. I also serve as the president of the nonprofit Flag Football Organization. I know most of the commissioners are familiar with the relationship between the Park District and the Football League, but I'll give a brief background for anybody who may not. The Park District decided to end the football program as a Park District program back in 2016, which is when the original not-for-profit was formed. In 2018, the league began offering boys flag football, and girls followed in 2022. I'm not sure if anybody was in this room was involved in the original contract when it was negotiated, but it provided the Football League field space at a reduced rate as long as at least 51% of the participants were from the new Trier district. That contract expired at the end of 2025, and also at that time, the flag and tackle programs split into two separate not-for-profits. The new contract on tonight's agenda reflects a 20% higher rate, given that the flag football falls below the 50% threshold for Winnetka residents, although we still remain above the 30%. I want to take a moment to speak about what makes this league special. Gone are the days of classmates playing baseball together the way we all did growing up. If you have a kid in sports today, you know that everything has become travel or elite focused, often at the expense of the community leagues. In a world where parents are booking airline tickets to attend their kids' tournaments, I'm especially proud that this flag league has kept the sanctity of youth sports intact. In a league where kids play with their buddies, they ride their bikes to practice, they grow up together. Parents and high school students coach. Every kid gets to play regardless of skill, and the league literally has a rule that requires equal playing time. Families walk to the community fields to spend time together. And from my perspective as a coach, I get to know my children's friends and hopefully have a positive impact on them. There's something special about watching these kids grow up, and even more special about walking through town and hearing "Hi, Coach." I'll leave you with two statistics that still amaze me. First, since 2023, our girls' flag football program has grown by 340%. Second, almost 45% of K through 8 students in Winnetka D36 play tackle or flag football. No other sport in this area has that kind of community outreach. And that only exists because of the partnership this league has with the Winnetka Park District. So again, I thank you for your past, and I respectfully ask for your continued support tonight. Thank you.
Do we have anyone else in that row that would like to make public comment?
Hi, my name is Kate Conway, and I'm 12 years old. I wanted to speak tonight about what flag football program means to me, and why I think it is important to be able to continue playing the sport in Winnetka. I've been playing flag football for 7 seasons, and when I first started, I was nervous and did not want to get the ball because I was unsure of what to do. That did not last long, and pretty soon I discovered how fun it was to score touchdowns and be part of the team. Flag football is one of the only sports where I can play on a team with my friends, and we aren't split up like in some travel teams. Girls flag football is special because everyone has a role in the team. Girls can be fast or throw well or catch well or can be still learning. And everyone plays a part and feels valued and included. I have convinced some girls to try this sport over the years. Some who may never have played but did because they got to be with their friends. We like playing and practicing at fields that are close to home. which is one reason that so many kids have been able to try the sport.
Please consider continuing to support girls flag football locally. Protecting girls' opportunities in sports shows us that our strength, effort, and leadership matters.
Flag football has made a difference in my life and has made me more confident in athletics and a better teammate and friend. I hope you continue to support this program so more girls have the opportunity to grow, compete, and belong in their community.
All right, do we have anyone else in that row? Let's move to the first row.
It's kind of hard to follow that. I'm Kim Orth, and I'm speaking on behalf of Kevin Zazula, who couldn't be here tonight. Hi, my name is Kevin Zazula, and I have been a resident of Northfield for 23 years. My wife and I have been incredibly fortunate to raise our 3 children here, and we are deeply grateful for everything the North Shore community provides, from the exceptional New Trier School District to the outstanding Park District facilities, programs, and the sense of belonging they help create. For our family, one program has had a profound and lasting effect, the North Shore Trevian football program. My children and I have collectively participated in the program for more than 16 years, and the benefits, both immediate and long-term, have been extraordinary. The Trevian program has shaped my children in meaningful ways. They participated in both the flag and tackle football programs, gaining not only athletic skills, but also confidence, resilience, and teamwork. They grew into leadership roles, coaching and mentoring younger kids in the program, an experience that taught them responsibility, empathy, and how to serve as role models. The program provided employment opportunities in both the spring and fall sessions. These early jobs gave them real-world skills, helped build their work ethic, and positioned them well for success once they went away to college. They built lifelong relationships and friendships that began on the field and continue to enrich their lives today. They formed connections with local families and parents, many of whom have supported them as adults, helping them navigate early steps in their professional careers after college. Beyond these individual benefits, the Trevian program has strengthened our entire community. It brings families together, creates a positive and inclusive environment for children of all backgrounds and abilities, and reinforces values that matter both on and off the field: teamwork, commitment, discipline, and belonging. As a longtime resident, parent, and participant, I cannot overstate how important this program has been for my family and so many others. The impact is not temporary. It stays with our kids as they grow into adulthood. Thank you for your time and your continued support of programs that shape the character, confidence, and community spirit of our children. I truly hope the North Shore Trevian program continues to thrive for generations to come. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Brian Dahl. I am at 910 Elm Street. I am the father of 3 boys that live in this community and have participated in numerous Park District activities. I have worked as the president of the Winnetka Hockey Club, and professionally, currently, I am the head football coach at New Trier High School. I've been there for over 25 years now in education, and it's been a great experience. The success of the tackle and flag football program has been a tremendous story. I've watched it grow literally out of nothing to something extremely special today. With over 1,600 participants in this program, nothing makes me happier than when we get to drive by on a Sunday and watch all these children playing flag or tackle football and not being on their devices, like I am right now, and the ability for them to not be playing video games, but actually participating with their friends and growing out on the fields together and developing lifelong friendships. Our program has grown even more in the past years with the emergence of the girls' flag football program, something at New Trier we're very proud of, but I'm even more proud of how it's grown at the youth level. You heard from some individuals tonight, and I'm sure you could hear from many more, but our girls' program right now is really the pride and joy of growth at New Trier, and I can't tell you how many teams we're going to have in the next couple of years, but I wouldn't be surprised if it rivals the size of our boys' tackle program, which is just outstanding. The Winnetka Park District has been a great partner. Our facilities are amazing, and thank you for all you've done to the fields out there. I can't wait for them to be finished. It's going to be awesome. The board rightfully has policies, and we appreciate those policies, and we understand that they have to be followed. But our tackle and flag program isn't a problem and never will be a problem. We epitomize everything that this park district stands for in your mission statement. We are a fast-growing organization that recently has gone through some change. I am currently a volunteer board member on our tackle program. I ask you to continue supporting all of our programs as we work through any gaps, with the promise to you that we will always be here to work together as a partner and fulfill any future requirements. Thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
Good evening. Thank you for your time. Charles Orth. I'm going to change it up a little bit. I want to thank the Winnetka Park District and this board for listening to me months ago when I brought up an issue about the ice rink, actually park, over at Northfield Park between Lockwood and Frontage. And I had amazing feedback from my neighbors because we had this for the first time since years. It was frozen. So there was a lot of skating going on. Thank you very much. We had cooperative weather, so it made a fantastic program, and so many people were so elated that we were freezing the park again. And that's where I grew up, that's where I skated, so I think it's an awesome thing. Secondly, it's kind of ironic in this day and age, I took some pictures while I was out there, that there's a basketball court out there and there's a basketball that sits by the pole that in this day and age stays there. No one ever takes it. Kids can come, anyone can come from the neighborhood, they play basketball, they put the ball back and leave it. So it's kind of ironic when you look at things that disappear in this day and age that there's a basketball that's there. I actually took a picture to show you that it's there. The other thing I did is I took a video because my other concern that we brought up was that there needs to be some kind of a lightning warning system put in place. And I know we talked about this. I think the ask was about $6,000. And because of where the park's located and the sound from the highway, which I took this video and I'll just play a couple seconds of it because it is loud. And so when you're there, let's see if it plays. Sorry. Anyways, when you're there, it is, here we go. So this is what you hear, and you can't even hear me talk over the sound of the highway, which is what is there. So when you're at the highway, at that park, this is what you hear. So I know someone had mentioned that they could put, maybe you hear the weather warning from New Trier. You absolutely can't hear any weather warning that would be coming from the golf course here, Duke Childs Field, or New Trier. So I think it's paramount because of all the soccer leagues that there, kids play there, parents bring their kids there, there's practice there during the week and week, that there's be some kind of tornado or lightning signal. I was on duty in the fire department Wilmette the day that the child from New Trier got struck by lightning at Duke Childs Field before there was any weather warning. So as a professional safety person, I would implore you to spend that small ask. I know part of the budget's been approved. I don't think, I know 6,000 may sound a lot to some people, but when you look at our budget and our numbers, I don't think $6,000 is a lot to ask to make that park safer for any of the residents and people from Winnetka, especially that come there and play there. So thank you for everything you guys do. Thank you for your time. And also the program that Melissa Mastros runs with the other people is phenomenal. I live basically almost across the street from her, and you cannot believe all the FedEx trucks, UPS trucks, the deliveries she gets, the work that they do, and the driveway at times is loaded with boxes. I've actually helped her move some of that stuff. So please make sure that you guys continue this very valuable program. It's incredible. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have anyone else in the front row?
Happy to be here. My name's Diane Manning, and 5 years ago when we moved here, I heard about this very interesting project that was going to go on at the lake. And so I have been watching and listening and reading, and I thought I'd come here tonight to say, please do not do this. Please do not give any more give-backs, trade land, give somebody beach rights, put fences on the beach. Please don't do this. It's absolutely the worst possible idea. This is such a treasure. People come from all over the country My son lives in Nashville, and when we moved here, his friend said, "Oh, your mom's moving there. She likes sports. She must like the lake." Well, we go to the lake all the time. We don't have air conditioning, so on hot nights, we go down to the lake. So I'm just asking you, as a longtime New Trier graduate and resident, please don't do any more give-backs to this gentleman who's building this enormous house and this enormous lakefront situation that he's got going on with more rocks and more paths and more gates and all these other things that he wants to do. It's not what we are here about. The park's meant for everybody, and he's taking it over. So I ask you, please don't do it. Thank you.
Do we have any other public comment tonight? No? All right. In that case, I'm going to actually move up the discussion. Maybe I'm not. I'll just stick with the agenda. They're all leaving.
Well, yeah, and it wasn't, the agenda wasn't changed.
Okay,
at the
I should have
beginning
done
of
it.
the
Okay.
meeting. Yeah.
That was fine. All right, so at this point, I'd like to turn to section 3.9 that came out of consent agenda. It's the Winnetka Park District Board.
We haven't done the consent agenda.
What?
We haven't done the consent agenda yet.
Oh, I thought we did. I'm sorry. Yeah, we didn't. I apologize. Okay, does anyone wish to have any item, well, we know we have 2 items to be removed from the consent agenda. Without objection or request for any other removals of a specific item from the consent agenda for individual consideration, we will act on the following with a single vote. 3.1, January 22, 2026 regular meeting minutes. 3.2, January 22, 2026 closed session minutes. Section 3.3, February 5, 2026 special meeting minutes. Section 3.4, January 2026 financial report. Section 3.5, IPD LAF plus class financial accounts update, authorized individuals. Section 3.6, Illinois funds account update, authorized individuals. Section 3.7, Woodland and Bluff invasive species management. Section 3.8, AC Nielsen Tennis Center vestibule door and window replacement. May I have a motion to approve the consent agenda as amended?
So moved.
Second.
We have a roll call vote, Saba.
Commissioner Cotto?
Yes.
Commissioner Corley?
Yes.
Commissioner Rao?
Yes.
Commissioner Root?
Yes.
Commissioner Seaman?
Yes.
Commissioner Tyson?
Yes.
Commissioner Gibson?
Yes.
Motion passes.
As we move through tonight's agenda, I'd like to ask commissioners to keep comments to 3 minutes per item unless otherwise noted, with 1 opportunity to speak on each item. If there are matters that require additional follow-up from staff and cannot be addressed immediately, those items may be tabled by a majority board vote to a future meeting. It's important that we respect the time of our community, staff, and fellow commissioners while ensuring our discussions stay focused on board-level decisions that best serve our community. At this point, I'd like to turn to section 3.9 of the agenda. It came out of consent, and it is the Winnetka Park District Organizational Chart updates. Commissioner Root?
First of all, I want to thank staff for this chart, and I just had one question. As I recall, in our budget, we allocated funds for 2 seasonal park rangers, and I wondered where they might be in this chart and whether they're just included under seasonal athletic staff.
Those positions will fall under the recreation department, and you are correct. I do not see them on the chart.
Are they beach attendants?
No.
Yeah. Let's see, yeah, I don't see them in specifics. We can bring this back next meeting if that's the pleasure of the board with that update.
Can we not
Apologies.
just approve it with that amendment?
That's up to the
Okay,
board.
yes, let's approve it with that amendment. So may I have a motion to amend the organizational chart to include both seasonal park ranger positions?
So moved.
Second.
All right, and that's a roll call vote, please, Saba.
Just to clarify that it's 2 part-time positions.
Yes, yes. Saba, can we do a roll call?
Commissioner Corley,
Yes.
Commissioner Rath,
Yes.
Commissioner Root,
Yes.
Commissioner Seaman,
Yes.
Commissioner Tyson,
Yes.
Commissioner Kodo,
Yes.
Commissioner Gibson.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you. At this time, I'd like to move to section 3.10 that was removed from consent agenda. And Commissioner Cotto, you had a question?
I had 2 questions. One, we have a policy and a procedure for expenses requesting reimbursement. And there's a pre-approval process so that everyone knows how to use the budget. And then there's an expense report, and in our policy, registration is not listed. So my first question is, help me understand where the pre-approval went and why that policy wasn't followed. And my second question is, you are the only commissioner asking for reimbursement, and you were pretty frugal in all of the conversations with regard to staff compensation. And I feel like when we talked about this in prior board meetings, I pointed out that no commissioners generally take reimbursement for this item. So I'm just wondering how you reconcile the frugality that you visited upon the staff with the handout asking for reimbursement for the conference. Sure.
I would say that I, as we had talked about in the meeting when you raised this at Commissioner comments, was concerned about the messaging of not encouraging commissioners to attend this conference and the practice that has been created by people paying their own way. While in attendance at the conference, Adam Simon actually indicated that this was a legitimate expense for commissioners. And so I wanted to put it forward because I am uncomfortable with the precedent of people always having to pay their own way for this conference. Our processes around it have not been particularly strong in terms of the pre-approval. I have observed numerous other districts where the executive director has put forth the pre-approval when I researched this in more detail. That did not happen. I noted my interest in attending during the budget process. We did budget funds to attend, and I am concerned about the precedent. In terms of frugality for staff, I'm not sure what you're specifically referring to. I think that in terms of raises, we ended up in a fairly generous spot with our 4% merit increase with a 5% contingency. So that put us kind of in line with what other districts were doing. So I would say that a number of staff attended this conference. I think that it's something that we should certainly be encouraged. And if people don't think it's a valid expense or are not happy with the procedure, we can certainly discuss that during the policy, but I am uncomfortable creating a situation where people are not encouraged to attend this conference and that it becomes a barrier.
So anyone who wants to attend the conference can attend. There's also scholarship funds available if anyone needs them. Obviously, the staff attends at a much lower cost than the commissioners. So I still feel that the pre-approval process, especially since you've been such a stickler for process and policy here, should have been followed.
I was unaware that it applied to conference expenses until E.G. Nizal pulled that forward. And I thought that because I had expressed interest in line with the policy on conference during the budget process and observed that funds were budgeted, that was what we needed to do. So if there are some secret processes that needed to be followed, we are now exposed those and people are aware. I'm certainly willing to pay for myself, but I am uncomfortable with the precedent setting that we pay our own way. I think education as commissioners is important and valuable and something that we should recognize. We spend 0 on board development, and so this is an opportunity to do so.
That's fine. It's not a secret process.
Has anyone else
That's all.
ever, I have
Thank you
not
very
seen
much.
anyone. do
No one
this
else
in our
gets
district.
reimbursed. Yeah, no one else gets reimbursed.
It's also, though, I would say, and we'll discuss this more with policy, not encouraged. People at other districts do get reimbursed. I think that it is fairly unusual, the situation that we have. And I think that it is a poor precedent to rely on people's privilege to be able to attend educational opportunities.
You're entitled to your opinion. Yeah.
That's fine.
Thank you very much.
You're entitled to your vote.
Do we have other commissioners that wish to comment on this? Commissioner Root?
I just have a question. I'm looking at, we're talking about an expenditure of $415. Is that what we're talking about here? My goodness. I think that this district has spent money fairly freely recently, far more than $415. And in looking at this and in prior discussions that we had on this issue, one of the comments I made was we want to encourage individuals to volunteer, to become volunteer commissioners, particularly younger individuals with families who may have all sorts of competing obligations for their disposable income. And with the tax assessment that we just recently had, those competing obligations will be even more aggressive. So I would encourage us to look at a policy where we do budget money for all of our board to attend this conference. I've had the pleasure to go for 2 years. I've learned an awfully lot, a great deal. I'm so pleased that Elise, you could go, and Christina, I know you've been going. I think it's wonderful that Cynthia could attend this year. She, I think, wasn't sure you could step away from your family obligations, but you did. So to me, for $415, I am more than happy to approve this expenditure and reimburse her based on the principle that we want to encourage participation, and for heaven's sakes, with all the time and labor that we devote as volunteers, it's a small price to pay. Thank you.
All right. At this time, may I have a motion to approve the expense request? Yes.
I have a quick question, sorry. The expense was for registration, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Are there any other expenses that you plan to submit for reimbursement?
No.
Okay.
No, and I would note that other districts that go through the pre-approval process, their expenses, seem to come in around $1,400 between travel, staying, dinner, whatever. So I actually paid $495 because I was not able to take advantage of the early bird registration because I didn't want to spend any money, my own or the district's. So I registered closer to the time because I wanted to be sure that I could actually attend with my family obligations. And I think that's a fairly common situation for people with families with children at home.
All right. May I have a motion to approve the expense request by Commissioner Rapp?
So moved.
I'll second it.
All right, and that's a roll call vote.
Commissioner Root?
Yes.
Commissioner Seaman?
Yes.
Commissioner Tyson?
Yes.
Commissioner Koto?
No.
Commissioner Corley?
Yes.
Commissioner Rapp?
Yes.
Commissioner Gibson?
Yes.
The motion passes.
All right. At this point, we're going to move to Section 4, Unfinished Business, and Section 4.1, Elder Lane and Centennial Park Beach Project Update, and this is for Mr. Costa Catoulas.
Thank you. This evening, agenda item number 4.1 is an update of the Elder Lane and Centennial Park Beach and Project. In the memo attached to the pack, you'll see there's just an outline covering the work to date and where things are at. Most of this was covered already with the special board meeting that was held back on February 5th, where the park board did adopt alternate one plan for the adjusted dog beach design based on the information that we heard from the previous meetings with the Plan Commission. Since that time, last night, the Plan Commission did issue a fact of their findings, and they did approve that at their February 19th, the February 25th Plan Commission meeting. So that was approved, motioned and approved last night. That can be found on the on the Village of Winnebago's website for the minutes, or for the findings themselves. In addition to that, staff has been working on and will continue to work through the special use permit process, which will go in a little greater detail under agenda item 4.2 for Centennial Beach operations. But we are continuing to move forward with the project as a whole, and we'll look forward to presenting our project to the Zoning Board of Appeals tentatively, or set for March 9th, 2026 currently. If there's any questions I can answer at this time, otherwise I'll pass it back to the president.
Does anyone have questions for Mr. Fatulis? No? Yes.
Are we going to discuss this attachment A? Or,
That's covered in agenda item 4.2.
okay.
We're
thank
talking
you, I'm sorry.
4.1.
So now we're moving on to section 4.2.
Thank you.
Centennial Beach operations. Costa.
All right, thank you again. So this evening in the packet, there was some lengthy information gone through in regards to not only the amended park plan that was adopted on the February 5th meeting, but in addition to that, the operational concerns that will need to be addressed through the special use permit process with the Village of Winnetka. So tonight, I'd like to go ahead and review not only the park plan, and the reason I want to take a deeper dive into the plan for Centennial Beach was the initial rendering that you saw was kind of like an overall park plan with not much detail. Since that time, we've had a little bit more time to actually go through and put together the construction document, if you will, that goes through and shows all the elevations, the fence lines and everything else. So we can explain that in a little better detail for both the edification of the board and the public to understand that plan in a little bit greater detail, and then talk through the operational concerns as well that will go along with that plan in regards to the north section of beach and what happens to it, operational questions as far as timing, operation questions as relates to the hours of operation and so forth. If I can ask you to put that up. To make things a little bit easier and cleaner, I went ahead and put together a presentation that outlines all this information, and we'll go through that here this evening. I am going to stay at my seat because I do have some information I want to be able to reference if need be versus going to the podium with everything, so I'm sorry, I'm not trying to be disrespectful. So what you'll see up here on the screen, of course, is the outline for tonight's presentation. We're going to be going through the project review and an update on where we're at, the purpose of the project, site plan and overview, and then the operational outline as it was attached in the packet, as well as the next steps through the regulation permitting status, and then, of course, questions, and then the direction we're going to be asking the board tonight for items of consideration to move forward. In addition to the packet, every commissioner had at their setting, there was a copy of the attachment A outline itself, but then I put together a quick review sheet of items that we're looking to take action on this evening, or at least consideration for action on, so the staff can continue to move forward through the special use permitting process. So that's kind of a little checkbox you can kind of go through to keep you keep your tally as you go through, because some items will spin off of the others, if you will, in regards to hours, operations, and how those tie together, and you'll see that as we go through this. So of course, the first review here is just kind of the permit status. Once again, everybody attended the meeting on the 5th. The Planning Commission, as I already stated, they did approve and adopt the facts and findings yesterday evening. And then as we continue to move forward right now, we are anticipating the March 9th zoning board hearing for the finding, or for the review of the project, and then the certificate of appropriateness for the design and review board on March 26th. We still don't have a date or time for, of course, the council to go to their meetings to review, because they will ultimately have the final decision on the project plan. We need to first get through all the prior boards to be able to accomplish that. So the project purpose, of course, is to bring Centennial Dog Beach into compliance with all the regulatory bodies. The village in regards to the leash law, Cook County Department of Animal Rabies Control and courts of their regulation ordinances, and of course the overlying safety concerns. In addition to that, we must be in compliance with in the permit process throughout for all the other regulatory bodies. the Army Corps of Engineers, IEPA, IDNR, Cook County, and of course, Village of Winnetka, as it relates to the building department and other things that are associated with the plan above and beyond special use. So just want to kind of note that. The plan that you see on the screen here, alternate 1, this is the plan that was presented to the park board on the 5th, showing once again the limits of the dog beach. There's a couple things noted on the plan at that point in time in regards to the removal of the access gate at the top of the bluff, the bypass corridor here, the 12-foot corridor to allow for that, and then, of course, the controlled access point here along with the fencing of the site itself. Like I already stated, we've had an opportunity to take that plan and drive it down to the details in regards to elevations, fence heights, rise and runs of materials to better explain that. The sheet you have in front of you right now is just a vicinity map showing what it is. So this is the conditions of Centennial Park as they are today, pre any improvements. You have, of course, the parking, which I'll note here real quickly because there's considerations for parking for the special use permit if we move forward, when we move forward, as well as the design of the lakefront and the topography or the bathymetry of the shoreline. I'd like to note just quickly, our current data is from our October 2024 survey that we conducted. We have not completed a new survey since. We are planning to complete one this spring once weather breaks and we can update. But at that time, that served the purpose of what we needed to be able to move forward with all the regulatory bodies. L2 here, and I know it's hard to read. I have additional slides that have components of this blown up in greater detail so you can read it, but I'm going to go through a high-level design here. Once again, the access location from Centennial Park, you would come down the staircase through here. You would access the beach along here. You'd have the controlled access point. On the north side, there is I want to say this one is 46.5 feet long section of fencing that is installed on top of the existing seawall, not directly onto the sand itself, but utilizing the already existing structures there. And same as the south side, utilizing the existing steel structure there for the groin to install that fencing on, not trying to create any new barriers in the lake, but utilizing the existing barriers for not only for protection of the fencing materials, but then already having an obstruction there where you would potentially have to walk around it, trying to make that as seamless for the beach goer. And then here in this slide image, you'll see the fence elevations. The top elevation is showing here is the north elevation with the step-down fencing, trying to maintain a height on the western boundary of 5 feet, and then maintaining that height of 5 feet as we follow the contour of the sand. Similar to that, you'll see that on the south fencing shown here at the lower half of the screen. Once again, I'll go into greater detail with some blown up imagery of these for your viewing pleasure. So here's the north fence line of the dog beach. To keep it on the screen and keep it in scale, this is about as large as I can get it. It is included in the packet as well. So walking through here, the lower image you'll see, I wanted to include a couple of colors for reference so you can understand how this lays out. So the red line is the existing steel groin, the top elevation of that structure, so the top of wall, if you will. The tan brown line that is descending into the lake is the current contour of the sand. And then these green arrows are indicating a length of 5 feet from the western point of the fencing to the sand elevation. So you'll see that these panels step down in a step capacity all the way to the end of the lake where it would be. And as I mentioned, this is the north fence line. So along with the north fence line is the access area, or in this case, the dog fob gate itself, along with the required on-leash, off-leash area. This permits and allows people to leash up their pets and off-leash their pets without the risk of having a dog run at large off-leash for the community. This is a requirement of the Cook County Department of Animal Control. That's one of the things that has to be in place for the site to be compliant. The purple line here is indicating what we would remove during the winter months. So that would be the last 20 feet of fencing, and we're doing that purposefully so it doesn't get damaged during the ice damming and the winter storms that occur. So during, at the end of November through March, this would be removed and then reinstalled in April, getting ready for the season. The other thing to note is the topography as you look through the sand as it comes down. The heavy dotted line here is showing a water elevation of 578.86, and this dotted line above it is the ordinary high water mark of 581.5. So you can see the differential of those two, where the water line was observed here. Again, going back that this is an October 24 plan, but the water line is very similar to where it was at that time. It's a little less, but it's similar in perspective. So I want to kind of call that out and note. You'll see here on the upper image, this is a plan view of that same fence line. The fence parameters through here, kind of going out to that distance. You have your 10-foot area here, and then the additional 36 feet 6 inches, which would end here, along with, as it relates to the lower portion of the imagery here. The seawall continues to go out a greater distance from there and will still provide that barrier to keep the dogs contained on the south side of this fence in the now designated off-leash dog beach area. Here's another side profile of the fence. I've kind of talked through these items already, but this is blown up a little bit further so you can see it a little bit greater. Once again, this lower contour is the sand, and we're stepping it down to maintain that 5-foot elevation at the western end of each one of these panels. The village ordinance allows for a height no greater than 6.5 feet for any fence or wall along the lakefront. We are proposing at this point the highest spot of the fencing would be 4 feet 4 inches at this location as it tapers down. And then the greater distance of 5 feet as we carry that to follow the shoreline. So we're below that elevation approximately 18 inches. And then again, the last two panels here, the last 20 feet would be removed seasonally. Any questions on the north fence line before I move on? All right. So similarly to the north fence line, the southern fence line is pretty identical with the exception of a couple elevation changes because of the topography. Once again, we're carrying that distance out where we look to get a distance greater of 5 feet. The brown line is the sand line as it was identified there in the survey. The red line here is showing where the steel line is. And of course, the green lines are showing that differential. Now here, because the sand is higher, the first section starts at 4 feet and carries out, and we carry 4 feet. We don't get to the 5-foot range until we actually get to the fourth panel of fencing because of the topography of sand. So that is a little bit different than the north side fence because the south side has a little bit greater sand in this location at this time. Once again, that time stamp or that time shot of when the survey was taken. So you'll see the bypass area here of 12 feet, and then from there, you'll have the panels as they descend into the lake, and then here you can see the red line as the steel structure continues. When you look at it from the plan view or the top image here, you can see the property line is this dotted line through here, and you can see where the steel groin comes across and they bifurcate at this location here at the end of the fence line. This arrow here is showing the distance of where the natural stone steps to the south structure start, which are 10 feet off of the property line. That is an additional 1 foot 11 inches from our proposed fence. And if you were to walk the corridor, there is a distance here of 5 feet that is still Park District property as you would walk from west to east, proceeding towards that staircase to then continue walking the shoreline south. So I just want to kind of note that here, that we do have 5 feet of Park District property here within the property lines and nearly 2 feet here. Yes, it does bottleneck and neck down because of the way that the steel was installed and the way it's laid out. But like I stated, the distance from this point to where the steps are is about 10 feet. So you have nearly 12 feet of width to access that area. Here's another shot of the fence line, once again kind of zoomed in the fencing itself. The step down, as we discussed already, carrying that 4-foot elevation. And then through here, we start to hit the first elevation of 5 feet, nearing where that natural stone step is to the south. At that point, it steps down to 3'9", 2'4", and then it ends at 2'6". once again, we want to, best practice is to carry that straight across, and that's what we've identified through here. Once again, the last 20 feet are going to be removed seasonally, as already described, as well as the elevations change. That's allowable maximum limit for the village of Winnetka is, again, 6.5 feet. We're proposing our greatest section of fencing here at the groin would be 4'11" because of the taper of the sand, starting at 4 foot and then carrying it across and down. So just wanted to note that. The western fence, of course, is going to run parallel to the
Can I ask you a
existing.
question?
Of course.
Could you go back 2 slides? The steps across the stone groin of the south neighbor, could you just put a red light on that?
Those are going to be, yep.
So, the groin.
Thank you, Adam.
Thank you, Adam.
Through here.
Though
and then, yeah.
there is accreted sand to the north of the south neighbor's groin. Correct?
It would be this area in here.
That is accreted sand. Is that correct? That, again, it's accreted because of the construction of an artificial, I'll say man-made structure in the water, right? Therefore, it is, well, the public is allowed to traverse on that land, correct? That will be a point of controversy that, well, whose land is it? It's on his property, however, it's accreted sand because of his, of the property owner's groin. I don't know if this is an Adam question. It is a legal question, not a Costa question. Is the public allowed to traverse onto south neighbor, well, the sand that's on the south neighbor's property line, to the groin, to his steps to go over his groin?
I'm gonna not use the pointer, I'll just use my finger, okay? The public can absolutely walk along here.
Correct.
This is all public property.
Correct.
The public can also walk directly from this point onto the steps. That's a legal maneuver. That's why the steps are there. The state required them to put steps there to facilitate the use of to facilitate transport north and south.
Okay. Even if the steps do not come directly or start directly at our property line, that we have to walk, or someone would have to walk across onto his property to get to his steps to go across the groin, because his groin is not right on the property line.
The state did not make him build steps to nowhere.
What's that?
The state did not make him build steps to nowhere.
Okay. So there we go, there's a picture right there.
You beat me to the punch.
That's good.
So this image here is showing the groin that was permitted and built per the plans that was permitted. So this is the groin that is south of the property line.
Mm-hmm.
The yellow dotted line is the property line. Now, please bear with me, this is not to scale, this is an overlay for visual purposes.
Yep.
And you'll see that the purple line here is the existing steel, and the red line is basically showing where the new proposed fence would be installed. Where this initial arrow here is indicating, this is a width of 5 feet.
Correct.
The steps are right through here. The arrow showing here is about 1 foot 11 inches. From the property line to the start of the first step here is approximately 10 feet. So this would afford an individual to be able to walk the shoreline, be able to cross the steps. Now, to your point, where this structure was, and this sand that has now been accreted by design of the structure, this sand here, you're asking if this sand is now public domain versus private domain, essentially, correct?
Correct.
It is our understanding that from the initial application of permit and the bathymetry at that time of the beach design, anything greater than that or has been accreted because of these improvements is, as far as I understand, and I'm not a legal expertise on this, but as I understand
That's why I'm
it,
not asking you.
is
I mean,
accreted sand.
You're the lawyer.
I don't know what the pre-existing conditions were.
Okay.
As a legal principle, the law says that where sand accretes because of man-made additions to the lakefront,
Into the water.
the
Yep.
unnaturally accreted land
belongs to the public.
There you go.
But again, I don't know what the pre-existing conditions were, so I can't give you a total holistic opinion. But principally, when sand accretes because of an unnatural addition, it belongs to the public.
Listen, I want to be really clear. I want to put a fence up. I want to protect people or people without dogs from people with dogs for safety reasons and for ordinance reasons. But there's no question that there will be, at the next recommending board, well, can we walk on that land to access, to cross over? So I would strongly suggest, considering how many, appearances at the plate we've had, so to speak, with these recommending boards, we better know and have strong conviction. And you're not a lawyer. Our lawyer should answer it, that yes, the public, from what you're telling me, absolutely has a right to access and cross onto that accreted sand to get across to the steps to go across the ground.
Yes, they can take the most direct route to the steps.
Okay. Costa, can we interrupt your?
Oh, of course, yeah.
With more questions? Commissioner Rue?
Thank you, Costa, for letting us interrupt. This is for council. Have you spoken with 205's council about this plan? Or perhaps, Hal, have you? It would seem to be that we might want to, I agree with Commissioner Seaman, this is an issue we might want to work out before the ZBA meeting on the 9th, if we could.
Are you suggesting we talk to representatives of 205?
Of course, I've always suggested that.
Okay, that's unusual.
No, Commissioner Seaman.
So we
I've
have
always
not
thought
spoken to anyone from, any representative of 205 Sheridan regarding our plan?
We have not coordinated
Okay.
with the neighbor regarding the plan.
That's an important point.
And
That's a good point.
And if I may just say, that's specifically because we are independently developing this plan.
That's my point.
Well,
That's my point.
If I may continue, the whole purpose of this question is, I understand this, we are independently developing this plan. However, we have someone next door, and we have a concern that our public is going to fear that there will be repercussions of citations for trespass. So one would think that we might want to reach out and see if this is even an issue for the owner of 205. It well may not be, because his IDNR permit is very clear.
I think we have to see what happens after the construction site is no longer a construction site, and it's no longer dangerous for the public to cross over there.
I'm not saying the public's going to do this immediately. What I'm suggesting is, we have a hearing coming up here on March 9th, purportedly. Why wouldn't we want to have that issue? Why wouldn't we want to run this by, I mean, with counsel for 205, so that they could see if this is even of concern? It well may not be.
What's the concern? You can get there on our property. You can walk along the fence all the way to the stairs. Like Adam said, the state put the stairs there with the intention that you can cross at that point. So the state says you can cross at the point of the stairs, meaning you walk across the sand of the stairs. You can get to that point on our property. What's, like, I don't want to spend another 3 months debating a problem that, like, really doesn't exist. I don't understand what the problem is.
But, hold on, it's not a problem for this board or this agency.
Or anybody.
Oh, Scott, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
The village is the ultimate permitter. It's not, we don't permit our own projects.
Okay. If they
so
say that you can't get there on our property, then they're wrong.
Well, that enters the politics of the
Okay.
recommending boards in the village.
So why would we debate any of this when there's a clear path on our property to get to the stairs? You go across the stairs and it's done. If they say that doesn't work, you know, what else can you do? There's a path on our property.
I believe, listen, I apologize for taking so much time.
Yeah.
I believe absolutely that the public has a right to go across the property, the accreted sand, to the steps across the breakwater. I do believe that, okay? But we need to make sure that we have a clear legal argument that in fact the public does have the right. That's my point. So I want to be prepared.
That's not our problem. Like, you can get down to the stairs on our property, okay? If it's illegal to cross, if it's illegal to get south, that's not our problem. It's off of our property. Like, obviously it is legal. The stairs are there. You can cross over. You can keep walking on the beach. It's not really a question. If somebody keeps insisting that it's a problem, whose problem is it? It's not our property. What are you going to do about it? Like, it has nothing to do with the fence or where the fence is or if the fence goes up. It's a totally different question of, you know, like, everyone's afraid he's going to send his goons out to attack anybody who sets foot on 1 grain of his sand. And I'm just saying, we have a path all the way down there. And then, as far as we know, as soon as you go on that property, the state says you can walk that way. What else are we going to do about it?
One other question. Our survey, are we sure that we know exactly where our property line is? That we have surveys that are ironclad? That we're very sure? And that we have lined our surveys up with any survey that 205 might have? Again, Scott, the reason is people have been, they have been detained. Police has been called. We have one gentleman who came here this evening who is currently being sued by 205.
He went onto the property
I
while it was an
understand.
active
No.
construction site.
I understand. I understand.
We can't use that as precedent.
I'm not trying to. What I'm trying to do is to make sure we've got the evidence we need for this hearing on March 9th, where we can go in and say, you know, our surveys are ironclad, we know exactly where this property line is, and that there is no question that we have the amount of space that one of our patrons needs to be able to go along and go down those stairs and keep on walking, simply to diffuse any sort of argument to the contrary that we may hear, either from representatives of the public or from members of these commissions. That's why I'm saying, let's get our evidence together, let's get it done.
I got a plat right in front of me. I mean, what else do you need?
If it were only that easy.
Just, Commissioner.
What else can we do?
Rapp.
I know.
I've been thinking and listening to the
Sorry.
questions, and I appreciate Commissioner Seaman bringing up this question, because this is certainly one that I have shared. Is it possible to look at the 205 permit application for the IDNR and the 205 as-built drawings at the village, and then compare those to our survey to answer some of these questions, and then we will get a new survey shortly, right? So it seems like with those pieces of information, I mean, hopefully they match up, but they might not, but it seems like that is a start on the data to be able to more definitively answer these questions before the subsequent boards that we will be in front of.
I would say, though, that the survey does not change the location of the steel groin.
I think the survey that Costa was talking about was the sand topography survey and not a survey of the property line.
The position of this board, this agency, our legal counsel, is the public has absolutely the right to access those steps.
The Park District's duty to the public is to allow them to get to that portion of our property line. As the plan depicts, we satisfy our duty to the public to deliver them to that point. At that point, they are crossing onto the private property where the state allows them to cross the steps over the steel, over the stone groin.
Got it.
All right. Costa?
Thank you.
All right. So I think we left off talking about the western fence line. So the western fence line would then stretch running parallel to the existing toe of the bluff, which is the steel the steel seawall that you see down there. The fencing would be set 12 feet off of that to the east. We would install a 4-foot high fence that would be 5 foot in overall height, but we're designing it where 4 feet will be exposed out of the sand and 1 foot would be buried to allow for fluctuating sand elevations. So this way we wouldn't have the risk of loss of sand where we have an exposure for dogs to be able to run at large. And that's what this image here of this cross-section is noting. You'll see the sand elevation here, you'll see the 4-foot designated height above it, and then the 1 foot buried. The posts are not going to be set in any concrete foundations. What we've done in the past is we drive the steel post down to refusal into the clay, and then we cut it at elevation. So there's not a need for footings or any foundations to support this. This practice has worked well for us in the past. The other thing to note is the material. The fence material is changed from the original design where we had purchased materials previously where they were just galvanized steel. This is going to be black vinyl coated fence material with black fencing, posts and top rails as well. So it's going to be, all the design will be black. It will be open in design. There's no slats in it or anything else. So this way you're able to see through it. I know it's dark out here, but I believe most of us have seen black chain link fencing, whether you're looking at our tennis courts or you're looking on the field here. It's abundant throughout the community. So as we talk through the design, I just want to throw in a couple images, live images of what the site looks like. So this was a photo from 2025. This one here is showing the existing steel groin here in the center of the beach. This is where we would affix the fence to it, approximately to where the red line is. And you'll see that the topography of the sand here as it tapers out is shorter than it is on the north side of this groin where the sand continues. Once again, with the littoral drift, as things move through the lake from north to south, there's a greater accumulation of sand on the north side of these structures than there is on the south. You'll see the image at the right overlaid once again is showing the box or the on-leash and off-leash area, as well as that designated space of what that looks like. The green arrow is indicating what that 12-foot walkway would look like as you would proceed. These might look familiar. These are photos that I have presented before. I think this will help represent the property line. This is a shot of, in 2026, about a week and a half ago, looking from east to west up the bluff. You can see where the masonry wall is around the bluff. The red line is kind of showing, or is estimated to show where the property line is. You can see where the steel is here, where the lip of the drop is. And you can see as a point of reference here where the tree is. This area here is what we have noted at 5 feet as it tapers in. So this area is that area of Park District property that you would be able to walk. Where I am taking the photo is standing at the toe of the steps, basically directly in front of them on the property line for a point of reference. The image on the left is taken from 2020 when the lake was at a much higher level. Once again, you can kind of see the fluctuation of sand in that image. The fence line here for the western fence would definitely be out of the water and protected. And then the structure here, as well as the structure to the north, would house the other fencing. So there would actually be no fencing in the water, creating any obstructions for swimmers or dogs or anybody that might be using the lake. This image here is another one, once again, showing what that looks like. This was with some of the ice packs, so you can get a little appreciation of what happens down there in the winter months. Where one of the park staff members is standing here is just in front of where the seawall is. This is on top of snow and ice pack. So you can kind of see where the purple line here is indicating there's a greater drop here of approximately 3 feet or higher. And then here's where the stone steps are. So it's suggested, as you can see in the photo, to overcome this as a step, one would naturally walk around that impediment to be able to walk up on the higher table of sand to walk around the structure. And that's as we're proposing with this.
I would strongly suggest, now that we have no snow on the ground, I don't know if there's any snow there, I would take another picture Can you go to
There
the
it is.
presentation?
That was taken today.
Okay, there's a lot of, there's
Slides.
a lot of
Still a lot
stuff
of
there.
buttons.
Go back. One more.
This shows how tall that is. Where there's no snow.
Right, yeah. This beach picture here, the topography of the beach, there's a lot less sun present at that time because the gradient of the beach changed because of the amount of or I should say the lake level itself and wave action. Where in the photo on the right, or 6 years later, the elevations, the lake has gone down, and there's more sand present, more wind-driven sand as well that accumulates in that corner as well. So, but David, to your point, this is an image from today, this afternoon, showing what that is. So you can see as the waves washed up and where it has pushed through here, the steps in their location. Once again, the purple line is indicating where the steel structure is. The red line is an approximate location of where that fence is. So there's 12 feet distance, 2 feet from the park, well, 1 foot 11 inches from the park district, and then approximately another 10 feet that go beyond the property line to the steps here. And then this is that created sand. Now, the one thing about this location, and you'll see it in the next photo, well, I'm gonna jump one photo and I'll come back. The sand in this location is protected. And I say that it's protected because there is a steel groin that's here and a stone breakwater there. So wave activity will not cause this sand to wash out very easily. It would have to be a pretty heavy northeast storm with large waves that would topple that, and even at that point, it wouldn't necessarily wash that sand away. So this area of sand is protected, if you will, and it won't erode away. So there will always be sand here, in theory, to allow for that passage.
Costa,
Now-
I'm sorry to interrupt.
Go ahead.
The slide before that, the one you took today, yes.
Yep.
So that one shows me so clearly the reason why alternate 2 was not recommended by staff.
Correct.
Because alternate 2 was appealing in that the fence line would be inset more, but it would lead to people having that huge step down, which seems very dangerous to me. So that's why I like the staff recommendation on that.
Exactly, yeah. Our alternate 2 basically allowed for a 12-foot bypass around this area to further that question of what is park district property versus public property and public right-of-way to be able to walk. You would have to overcome this elevation in height to be able to achieve that step to walk in. Now, it's a little exacerbated here because of the snow and ice buildup, but you can see where the purple line is approximately where that steel cap top is. So you have a good appreciation, there's 36 inches, nearly 3 feet of depth there that you would have to overcome. So one would naturally walk to the west anyway. And just like any other structure that you would find along the Winnetka shoreline, whether it's a stone groin and you're walking the shoreline, there's built-in stones or stone steps, there's impediments, whether they're ramps, boat ramps, what have you. All of them dictate that you walk to the structure and then walk around it to keep walking on your way. And our design here is just like any other along the entire lakefront. This image here, I wanted to show the park staff member who is standing in this location is, we measured 12 feet off the wall so you can get a sense of what that bypass area is. So where the red arrow stops and the purple line starts, that's where the first fence post would be as you would run east of there. The blue arrow here is showing that, once again, that elevation drop, and then the stairs where they are located here. So once again, we're trying to manage our distance of the use of the shoreline, and the reason we chose 12 feet is for us to be able to get our equipment back there, to be able to grade or move sand if needed. We needed a little working room to be able to accomplish that, to maintain that pathway, because if we build it, we have to maintain it. And then I think we went through this already, so I'll keep going. So moving on from the design now, there are operational matters that we need to work through and to discuss as we look to continue through the special use permit process. Beach access control is one of those items. Off-leash dog beach operating seasons another. The north beach and the programmatic design of that beach, daily hours for the dog beach, and then parking consideration. Now, one thing I will note that as you've seen through the permit process thus far, our ability to put this plan into action, the likelihood of that happening this season probably slim to none. I'm probably going to say none. We would
What was
look
that? Say that
to
again?
be able to put our plan that we have shown here into design and build. Our chances of doing that through the permitting process through the village, and then having to continue to re-permit through all the other agencies, we don't feel confident that we'd be able to accomplish that goal anytime during the 2026 dog beach season. That most likely it would allow us to be able to budget for this and build it in 2027 for opening in the 27 calendar year. So just want to be upfront about that. So beach access control was the first item, and that of course relates to the gate itself at the top of the bluff. The plan alternate 1 as presented did include removing this gate and repurposing it in a value engineering perspective down on the beach. But there was comments that were made at the park board meeting in regards to safety concerns, additional comments that we heard previously through the special use permit process for Centennial Park. Village staff members had suggested that we should put up security cameras, that we need to have some kind of closed barrier in case of inclement weather days or bad lake days to protect people from going down there. So we brought it back here to take a look at that and get direction from the board and consider, should we keep the existing gate at the top of the bluff and manage it with a program timed opening and unlocking, and we'll talk about that a little bit, but maintain it or remove it. So the discussion that we'd like to have with the board is basically two options. Option 1, do we keep the current gate in place and install a new gate alternate 1? And some of the reasons for that, we can program the gate to be open and be unlocked during park hours, so you would not need a key fob access at the top of the bluff. It would be unlocked and locked during and off our park hours. The second piece would keep the interior bypass button. That is basically an emergency exit on the top, so this way if you were down there or in an inclement event and the gate was locked, you still could get out. You wouldn't be able to gain entry, but you still can get out of off the site if that was needed. And then the last thing to think about is the cost of this. As proposed before, $50,000 to $100,000 in total. That could change slightly because we would be installing a new gate down below and incurring that additional cost instead of repurposing. So that's consideration for option 1. Option 2 would be to remove the gate at the top of the bluff as shown in alternate 1. There would be no controlled access point at the top of the bluff, and then there would be the only thing that would be with cost savings to the project. So that's going to be something that we're going to need direction on this evening from the board. As I mentioned before, there is a board review sheet that has these options kind of called out. So if you want to kind of keep a tally as we go, so we can take a motion afterwards. It was an independent handout that I handed out to every board member prior to the meeting. So that's just something to kind of track as we go. The next item is the off-leash dog operating season, and what does that look like? Do we maintain it as we have it now, which is year-round accessible for the community? Do we shorten it to the beach season, so it's seasonal, basically running from late May to early September? Or do we extend it into the shoulder seasons, running from April 1 through November 30th? Or is there a different option or other that the board might want to consider? So one thing that we were able to do, our current dog beach fob gate tracks users in and out. So we pulled that information from 2025. That was the only year that we had in a full snapshot. So what you're seeing here in the bar chart are 3 different things. The peak usage, which is May 25th through September 7th, which would be our season to match our beach season. Our shoulder season, which would be from April 1 through the November 30th. But what I did for purposes of being able to capture the usage, I only looked from April 1 through May 24th and then started it back from September 8th through or November 30th. So it only captured the shoulder seasons. And then during the winter months, from December 1st through March 31st, that was the usage. So we're seeing the average uses of those different peak times, whether it's the peak, shoulder, or winter times, and what that looks like. So 51%, or approximately 30.96 users per day, use it during the peak season, May through September. In the shoulder months, before and after, we see approximately 15 users per day, and that is approximately, combined with our peak time, about almost 90% of our usage. During the winter months, December 1st through March 31st, depending on the month, but on average, we're seeing about 5 daily users. That makes up about 10% of the usage. So just some facts in regards to 2025 snapshot, so you can better understand the clientele, the residents that you might be offsetting if we choose to do a different season other than what we do now, which is year-round. Operational implication, here's a chart kind of thinking about the seasons. Once again, seasonal, extended, and year-round. Staffing considerations, ice conditions, and how that affects for activities, the maintenance and what it looks like, enforcement of how we would have to look at that, and then other locations for other dog beaches. Lake Bluff uses theirs seasonally, so that would just be there in the summer months. Extended season, Highland Park and Evanston observe that same practice. And Wilmette is similar to as we are now, which is year-round. So once again, looking for board direction on this. Option 1 would be seasonal usage of the dog park, late May to early September to match the beach season. Option 2 would be the extended season, which would include the shoulder seasons, April 1st through November 30th. Or potentially option 3, which would be year-round, which we would not need a action on because that's the current operation. So that's another thing that we're going to be looking for from the board this evening for direction on as we continue through the special use permit process. The next item to talk about is the North Beach and what happens of it.
Can I pause to ask a question?
Of course.
Sorry.
Of course.
How do those timeframes overlay with when those sections will be pulled out? Or is that something we also need to talk about?
It would be the winter months is when we would pull them.
But would the dates
Yes.
kind of align then? when
It
we
would be,
say
yeah,
these are
so
here?
end of November, and then we would reinstall them basically beginning of April.
So if we did go hypothetically all season, we would have a time period, and I know the average is 5 users per day, but where we would have the end sections pulled out.
Correct. Yeah, whether there would be ice there to block that area or, what have you, I can't, it's hard to predict, but yes, there could be an exposure for dogs being able to escape out of those sections.
Thank you.
Yep. The next point was, or the next item was to review the program design for the North Beach. So this is the 260 feet that was part of Centennial's previous dog beach to what is being now open beach from the new design, which reduces the site nearly in half. Taking consideration the operation of usage, we can look at program use for the North Beach as a swimming beach. And if we did that, we would follow the current beach hours of operation from 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. We can look as a passive recreation beach or shoreline with staffing. When I say staffing, I mean having a beach attendant to make sure that we're checking beach passes for people getting down there, as well as making sure that people are utilizing the beach and not swimming as it's intended to be a no swimming beach in this iteration. And the last one here is a passive recreation beach with no attendance or without staffing. Once again, those last two would follow park hours, so the hours of operation would be from 6 a.m. to 10 p.m., and if you kept the gate at the top, we would manage the gate with those same hours. So just something else to consider. So once again, as you look through that, here's a quick chart to identify those 5 factors: safety, maintenance, staffing, budget estimate, and hours of operation. So the first column is the swimming beach itself. The safety, of course, is at higher risk based on conversations with Perderma. Maintenance would be increased. Staffing comes at a much higher cost. Budget estimate is approximately $115,000 for staff and supplies. That's for 85 days of swim days projected. That would match what we normally budget for in our typical cycle. And then hours of operation would be from 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. That's when we would have attendants and lifeguards. The passive no beach or no swimming without attendant would be much lower risk. Maintenance, there would be no significant difference from where it is today. Staffing would be minimal. We're budgeting estimated approximately $3,000 for supplies to manage that section of beach. And the hours would match our ordinance 504 with park hours of 6 a.m. to 10 p.m. And then the last option is essentially the same, except the cost goes up because now we are supplying, or we would have an attendant present, and the cost for having an attendant at both the top and the lower portion of the beach is approximately $50,500 for the supplies and everything is needed to accomplish that objective. Considerations as you think about swimming, non-swimming as its usage, of course, is the proximity to the fenced-in dog beach and the single path of usage. As we heard through the previous design for special use, there was a lot of concern, and one of the things that kind of put the project back on its heels was the mixed usage of that single or ADA access way for both dogs, strollers, kids, everybody else competing for the same access point, when we know a lot of people have a tendency to let their dogs off leash from the parking lot into the park. Well, by having the attendant or with the park patrol, we can help curb some of that, those issues with people not following the rules and regulations, but that is something to consider. The other thing to consider is the operational control for the Illinois Department of Public Health criteria in regards to restrooms. They don't specify what type of restrooms, but we do have a swimming beach with restrooms literally 70 feet north of where we have the proposed North Beach. So that's something to consider as well. The design around parking, and if we program that to be a heavy use swimming beach, the concerns around parking for the review bodies in regards to the amount of people that would come there, that was a concern previously. We'd felt comfortable with our discussions and our review with Kimberly Horn, Peter Lemon from that firm, and his review of our entire lakefront. We are doing additional parking studies this summer. Now that Elder will be open for swimming, Centennial will be open for operations, so we can get a better accurate count of the counts for Elder and other beaches as they compare. But that's going to be another point of consideration as we look through this. The community impact is another consideration. And then if we do have two competing swimming beaches within 70 feet of each other, is there a need or a desire to spend that $115,000 and duplicate that effort if you literally have one almost adjacent to the other? And then the staff and space required for those lifeguard stations and so forth, without having the beach house directly adjacent to the site, it becomes a little problematic to store the equipment and the operations for that. So things to consider. So that breaks us down to basically the three different options: program swimming, passive recreation with staffing, the beach attendant, or passive recreation without staffing, or if there's the board has another option they would like to discuss as another option. All right, so the next one is daily hours of the off-leash dog beach. The current proposed hours.
We have 85 questions that we need to answer tonight.
You have about 5 healthy ones. The dog beach hours right now, the current as it's on the park beach or the application. Sorry, there's a lot in my head going on right now. The application itself calls out basically from dawn till dusk is the hours of the current application. Option 1, we can go from 8 to 8. Option 2, we can go from 6 a.m. to 10 p.m., which would manage or match the park hours for Ordinance 504, or if there's another discussion for different options for hours. For reference, Wilmette runs from 6 a.m. to 10:30. Lake Bluff runs basically their summer hours matching their beach season, so 10 to 8:30, and then on weekends 9 to 8:30. Evanston runs from 6 to 11, and Highland Park is dusk till dawn. So kind of an array, if you will, of those hours. So once again, I'm not going to repeat this, but we need to decide what hours of operations we'd like to have for the off-leash dog beach area. Parking considerations for the special use. We already went through this at one time. We know this will come back up as a part of the discussion in regards to dependent on what style of use the North Beach gets and the draw for additional people. There's going to be a determination of, is the parking we have adequate? And do we feel that it's adequate? And then does the village boards also feel that it's adequate as well and will recommend for approval based on our design? Or should we take in consideration potentially a shuttle service as was discussed before, potential land banking parking if it becomes a problem where we can then adjacent and mirror maybe an additional 10 spots from where we have them just on the south side of the parking lot. But we need some direction from the board on how we should address parking for special use.
Commissioner Rapp has a question.
Just a question, because in our summary sheet, you talk about maintain permit required access and it's dog beach pass holders only. But isn't it actually the Village of Winnetka stickers and then plus the special stickers for the residents of the Winnetka Park District who do not live in Winnetka?
It is for both, it's whoever has an issued Centennial Park pass has it. And if they're a non-resident that has a dog pass, they have to pay the $200 fee to get the sticker. So I might have misinterpreted that with how I stated it in the summary.
I think that's how you stated in the summary, but I thought that Winnetka residents could park there in the summer at Centennial.
Not without a pass.
Not without a dog beach pass?
Correct.
I thought,
Lisa, correct me if I'm wrong, I might have this mixed up, it's not my,
All beach lots, Winnetka residents can park at.
okay,
I was mistaken, I
okay.
apologize.
So the Village of Winnetka sticker enables you to park at those lots already, plus the incremental dog beach pass holders. Or for the beaches, when the non-Village of Winnetka people get their sticker, they don't need to be dog pass holders either to use the beach parking, do they? Like, we have those special, I'm just trying to understand what the population, like, how, are we keeping the same population that can park at that beach already, or are we actually expanding it?
Each pass holders who get a sticker is for Elder Maple Tower. It says Elder Maple, it
Okay.
says that.
Okay, but if we do the passive beach or the swim beach at Centennial, people may want to park at Centennial, so that may be an expanded use.
We have Elder parking lot.
Yep.
We have lots of spots
Yes.
at
And it
Elder.
is.
I know it's, it's a
And it
short-
is off-season furniture.
I mean, it's,
I have a question that I don't want to have anyone write me about how crazy I am to think this, but I happen to live near a different beach, and we have cars parked on our street on sunny, beautiful days. So I don't understand why street parking isn't an option in the Centennial Beach area.
Part of the special permit review says that the improvements will not be detrimental or impact basically the residents that are directly adjacent to the site in a worse way than it is, if you will,
Okay.
in a more damaging way.
that's
So that's
one-
why we got to identify how
Yeah,
would we
okay.
address that so it doesn't become problematic.
Got it. Okay.
That's why the parking lot became an issue on
Yeah.
Elder Centennial with additional traffic. What are we gonna do?
All right.
So this is just kind of an overlay, once again identifying the dog beach gate, we need confirmation on that. The dog beach itself, we need confirmation on the operating season of that. The blue box is the north beach and what that looks like, along with park hours. We'll need discussion on that and parking. So kept this slide in there. Once again, the average users for residents versus non-residents for the dog beach. Once again, this is a culmination of the past 16 years for past sales of issued passes, not users of the beach, but past sales. 310 and 75 for non-resident. And then our next steps moving forward, our original application, we did receive one permit and then a recommendation from the IEPA. We're pending additional permits, but with the change, I want to note that we will have to go back out through all of the regulatory agencies again and resubmit that information for review. Now, I've had an opportunity to talk with the different review bodies. They cannot tell us one way or the other until they receive the materials and can digest it to then render it if it might be an internal review based on the revision or if it needs to go out through a full permit review. So I don't have an answer on that, unfortunately, but that will be something that we will get clarity on once submitted. Okay. So to wrap up, once again, the direction, the items, the 5 different items located in the packet are things that we need to consider. And then in addition to this, we also need to consider what happens in 2026 and how we maintain that site moving forward. So,
Okay.
all right.
That was very thorough. Lots to think about, but we've already been thinking about some of it, I think. All right, may I have a motion to authorize staff to consider the following operational items for Centennial Beach during the special use permit application process for the Dog Beach fencing project to be implemented once approved and built? 1, retain the gate in the current location at the tableland location. 2, designate the northern section of Centennial Beach as a staffed passive beach. 3, designate the dog beach and northern passive beach hours of operation from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. excuse me, PM, yes. We're really trying to shorten it. But I think there's another item. And the off-leash dog fenced beach operating season, and for that, in the extended season.
Can we, sorry, I got it, ADD. Can we?
Parse it
Can you
out?
say that again?
Sure.
So I can just check off what?
All right. Yeah. Yeah, I'm going to. Thank you, that helps, because one was missing. All right. Sorry.
Sorry.
All right, here we are. May I have a motion to authorize staff to consider the following operational items for Centennial Beach during the special use permit application process for the dog beach fencing project to be implemented once approved and built? Number one, retain the entry gate in the current location at the Tableland location. Number two, designate the off-leash dog fenced beach operating season as extended season. Number three, designate the northern section of Centennial Beach as staffed passive.
With attendant.
Yes, staffed is with attendant.
Okay.
And number four, designate the dog beach and northern passive beach hours of operation as 6 a.m. to 10 p.m.
So moved.
Second.
Pardon me?
We need direction on parking. as
Yes,
well.
I need to add parking to this. That's what I was just looking at. And with respect to parking, can we do parking separately? All right, because I think we've got it down for the first four.
So motion's been made, it's been seconded, now we have discussion, is that what?
Yes.
Okay. I'm supportive of those.
Okay?
Keep the existing gate at the top. When I talked to Costa in the pre-board meeting, logic makes sense. I'm for the extended season. That's consistent with is that consistent with the season that exists for dog beach pass holders?
No, it's different. We're shortening it.
3 months less.
Okay, it's not less, well, can't be, but it's, okay, it gives them more.
No.
No, and we're taking out November, yeah, we're taking out December 1 to March.
Currently year-round.
Okay, got it, okay. And then passive recreation with attendant on option 3. Okay, supportive of that.
Okay. Anyone else wish to speak?
I'll just, go ahead. No, go ahead, please, go ahead, please. Go ahead.
Well, Costa, I have a question, if I could. One of my questions goes back to the southern growing fencing. And my question is, how does that line up with the project element for the southern fencing for the dog beach that was in the donation agreement? Because I think people are gonna wanna know that. And quite frankly, I didn't go back and pull plans. Can you just tell me off the top of your head?
It does align with the structure because both elements use the existing structure.
Okay, so to clarify that, it is one and the same, except it's not as long, is it? as-
Correct. It is shorter in design.
Thank you for that.
And this was done in relationship to the objective as given from the park board to staff to investigate.
Okay, so our argument that this is an independent design fails with respect to the southern fence, because it's one and the same with the project element that was in the donation agreement.
Can I interject here? I think that we contemplated alternate 1 and 2, and 2 was a different design, if you remember. And initially, before it was presented to us in our board meeting, I was in favor of alternate 2. But once we heard about the danger concern about stepping off when there's an ice shelf or what have you, I was convinced that alternate one was the correct decision. So this is not being driven by the neighbor to the south.
I never suggested
Okay.
it was.
Pre-
I just
all right.
wanted to make sure we understood that
President.
it's the same location.
Okay.
President Gibson, and I would like to remind the board as well that the board adopted that alternate Plan 1 in the special meeting on February 5th.
Right.
So that is not currently what's under consideration at this time.
Seeing that I think I had the floor with my questions, I was
You
not
do,
even-
sorry,
I-
yeah.
Oh, please,
Yeah,
that's
okay.
fine. I was not even contemplating that we were discussing the plan. I just wanted to clarify that in my own mind. With respect to, one, I think it's a great idea to retain the fob at the tableland. Two, the dog beach is one area that is used 12 months out of the year. People use it even though you may only track 5. I can tell you in the winter, I'm down there and there's more than 5 people on the beach. Certain beautiful days. And we have certain times when we don't have snow, you know, when we have a very late snowfall. So I would advocate that we continue to operate it as we have as far as time. As far as the northern beach, I don't know why it needs to be passive and staffed if we have a fob at the top of the beach. Because, in other words, if you have a locked gate at the top of the beach, maybe you can answer that for me? I would think that,
So the fob at the top of the gate is no longer fobbed. That gate will then open and close with park hours. So at 6 a.m., that gate will
Okay, so
become
that
unlocked
explains
and
why you have to have an
accessible
attendant.
to
Thank you.
everybody till 10
I missed
p.m. when
that.
it would be
Okay.
resecured.
Yep.
And then only the fob would be accessed to the interior of the dog beach
got
area
it.
itself.
And I have a question about the interior fob down at the beach level. Is that a safety problem at all as far as possible electrocution if we have a water issue?
We
Could
have
that
never
be?
had an issue with any other site that we have electric on the lakefront. I don't see this being
So
any
it's okay.
different because there's no
Okay,
space.
thank you. And then with respect to hours, we're making so many changes for people. I would advocate that we keep our hours the same as we always have for the dog beach. And keep it 12 months out of the year.
Are you saying dawn to dusk then?
Yeah.
That, okay. Okay.
Oh, go ahead.
No, because we're starting with David and we're going around this way.
No, I really want to hear what you have to say.
Having listened to the conversations with zoning and plan with regard to the full plan, and having sat through the pre-board meeting, I do think safety is going to come up over and over and over. And so option A seems to provide the greatest amount of safety for the access control, leaving the gate up at the top and creating the separate new beach level gate. Number 2, the off-leash dog fencing beach operating season. Safety is going to come up again, and I think the ice shelves on the water are going to be a problem. We've had several warm days. We all thought maybe the snow would be much reduced. It's still quite prominent there. And so I would say, and I think you went out and looked at the dog beach, Commissioner Rapp, and we're sort of amazed at how much the ice comes up in a crust to the edge of the beach. So I would say closing it from December 1 through March 30th helps us make the safety case pretty strongly. For number 3, the passive recreation with the attendant from 6 a.m. to 10 p.m., understanding that those gates cannot be programmed dawn to dusk. They can be programmed for a specific time to start and a specific time to end. And that also drives the daily hours of the off-leash dog park also. I think that we keep the permit access for dog beach pass holders only for parking, although we're not discussing that yet. And we can explore a shuttle, which I personally like because it's countable. You can count the number of people you have in a shuttle. If people use it, it's helpful. That's it.
Thank you. I am supportive of option A.
Can I interrupt for a second? It's hard for us to hear each other when we have people in the gallery talking. Sorry, I'm having a hard time hearing.
For number one, I'm supportive of option A, keeping the gate at the top of the bluff and installing the new beach level gate. For part two, the off-leash dog beach fenced operating season. It is currently year-round. My concern in not keeping it year-round is that, we do have some people who are using the dog beach. I think it is, in some ways, preferable to have them in the fenced area, because I think if we say we don't have a fenced area to go, they're going to just go down the steps and go have their dog running on the other side of Centennial, because that will be open. So I feel like that's a little bit of a conundrum that we might need to think through for that small number of people, and that maybe it's easier to just have it open. I recognize the ice shelf risk. I think that there was recognition or something, a couple decades ago for someone saving a dog that had exactly that problem. Adam, just to confirm, Lake Michigan is recognized as an open and obvious hazard in those situations.
I don't have.
It is use at your own, you're
I mean,
evaluating the risks.
It's indicated that there's no guards there, there's no.
There's no attendant,
no
you're using
attendant.
your own fob to get your dog into the area.
Right.
Okay. So I guess my concern with not having the year-round control access is that people are going to go run their dogs on the other beaches that we have instead of going to the dedicated area. So I think not supportive of the extended season. And then for the parking, I think we just need to be really clear on who can park at Centennial and who would need to park at Elder and what that pool is, because even though we've discussed it, I'm not 100% clear in my mind on, who actually can park there with their passes and with their Village of Winnetka stickers. So I think we just need to be very clear on that when we go to the meeting. So I think it's, hard to predict what the demand is. I agree that Elder, people can walk from Elder to Centennial. I certainly have done it plenty of times. So I'm not in support of land banking. Shuttle, I guess we could hold out there as we'll consider it if demand warrants, but based on the Elder data for a non-swimming beach, we had, 237 visits last summer for the attended but non-swimming. So I think as long as Centennial is monitored so that it's not the free beach situation,
Right.
that will be okay. Will people need passes to go down to Centennial, though, even with an attendant? Will it just be part of our beach pass regime?
The idea would be that it would be part of the beach pass
Okay.
system. So, but it would be attended during
Beach
season.
Mhm.
Okay, so on the parking, can I ask a question?
Yeah.
Would it be, if you're going to use Centennial as a dog owner in the dog beach fence, you can park at Centennial. If you're going to use it for passive parking, you can park at Centennial. And to the extent that there's no spots left at Centennial, whether or not you're a dog beach pass holder or a passive beach user, then you would have to move over to Elder. Is that what we're thinking?
It's not clear, because I don't know if you don't have a Village of Winnetka sticker or one of these special park district stickers, can you park at Elder? If you're driving in from.
Well, that's easy to work around. I mean, we could have the adjustment in terms of who gets a ticket, that dog beach sticker
I just
people.
think we need to be clear on
I
that.
agree.
And I'm not, in my own mind.
Yeah, I mean,
based
I
on
just
what
think
we've-
that's a whole nother thing we didn't talk about.
I would just say, what Commissioner Root said, and I think I said in our pre-board meeting, I think for off-leash, dog beach users, we want it to be as similar as it can to what it is now. We don't want to anger two groups. I guess we'd like to have the dog beach group, whoever that is, say, this is exactly the way it is now in terms of hours and access and parking. There were many times when I took my dog to Centennial, I'd have to park at Elder on leash and then just walk. I knew Centennial as a priority for those with dogs. But you could also, listen, if there's going to be a passive beach on the north part, you can always drop someone off there and then, who needs it, and then go back and park at Elder. So I think Centennial should be a dog beach only parking lot, would be my guess.
I don't know, I'm thinking about moms trying to juggle 3 little kids and pails and chairs and everything too, so it's a lot.
That's a drop off, well, they can't, they don't
Yeah.
have to drop them off, but
Yeah.
yeah.
They're gonna go to Elder where the bathrooms
what I'm
are.
thinking.
I would think so too. I would think so too. So I'm just trying to think it through because this is one thing I hadn't really pondered.
I mean, I practically, like, when I've gone in the summer, I'm just trying to remember what time, like, I have parked at Centennial and then walked around the top, so, but I don't know if parking enforcement was out, or like, I have no idea. I think it was okay.
All right, so Commissioner Rapp, are you finished with your comment then?
Yes, I'm finished with my
Okay.
comments.
Commissioner Corley, do you have
I
anything?
don't have a comment, no.
What? Commissioner Tyson?
Very quickly, the gate, always in fan keeping the gate at the top. I don't want to have to go through another special use permit to put it back if we decide we want it. So let's keep it where it is.
Great point.
Yeah.
I was at extended season, although I'm being swayed by some of the comments made. I think the data drives extended season. I wasn't sure it was worth, but you make an excellent point. The attendant. Help me understand the value of the attendant. It may be obvious and I'm just not seeing it.
So the value of the attendant at top would be able to check the so if we are gonna have that, whether it's swimming beach and as it's proposed, non-swimming beach with
I'm
attendant.
sorry, I meant on the passive scenario specifically.
On the passive scenario, once again, is making sure that people are not swimming and they're checking beach passes, that they have secured a pass, and people that are going down to use the dog beach are using it as it's been identified to be on leash until you get to the dog beach area and then off leash in the dog beach area. That would be the top priorities.
And it's one,
The scenario for the dollars associated in the budget is one at the park level and one at the beach level. So this way, it could actually be enforced as it's intended to be enforced.
okay. I was at no attendant, but I'm being convinced. And then the hours, I mean, sunrise to sunset, 6 to 10. I don't know exactly when sunrise and sunset are. Seems like 6 to 10 might be more hours, but I can go either way.
Sunrise could be as early as 5.
Yeah, I mean, we just can't, we can't
Sunset,
program the 5.
sunset usually doesn't go past 9, right? So it's a wash.
All right. Well, for the first 4 items, I'm going to revise the motion to keep the existing gate. May I have a motion to keep the existing? Pardon? Okay, may I have a motion to keep the existing gate at the top of the bluff and install a new beach level gate?
So moved.
Second.
All right. Can you do a roll call, please, Saba?
Commissioner Rapp,
Yes.
Commissioner Root,
Yes.
Commissioner Seaman,
Yes.
Commissioner Tyson,
Yes.
Commissioner Kodo,
Yes.
Commissioner Corley,
Yes.
Commissioner Gibson.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Okay, this one, we may have to revise the motion. I'm gonna make the first motion, is may I have a motion to adopt the extended season for the off-leash dog fenced beach operating season?
So moved.
Okay, I'm gonna make it,
Second.
we didn't get a second.
Sorry, which one?
This one.
Extended.
Yeah, I'm just
Extended
sticking, yeah,
season.
I'm just sticking with what we originally said, but we can amend it.
Yeah, I'll second that.
Okay, can we have a vote?
What the, I'm sorry, what the?
We're
hell?
doing the,
Are
we're
we
doing
saying
the
extended season?
Right,
off-leash
but we
dog
may,
fence.
if we don't get the vote passed, then we'll move to the next option.
The year round?
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
Got it. Thank you.
Commissioner Root,
No.
Commissioner Seaman,
No.
Commissioner Tyson,
No.
Commissioner Kodo,
Yes.
Commissioner Corley,
Yeah, I'll go no. I mean, you're around this way.
Commissioner Rath,
No.
Commissioner Gibson.
None.
The motion does not pass.
All right, may I make a motion to have year-round controlled oh, we don't need a motion for that, that's what we have.
That's
So-
current. We
Okay,
don't
right,
need a
so we
motion.
don't need a motion, okay. Okay, we are moving on to the Northern Beach programmatic design, and I would like to have a motion to have a passive recreation with an attendant.
So moved.
Second.
You do a roll call.
Commissioner Tyson,
Yes.
Commissioner Kodo,
Yes.
Commissioner Corley,
Yes.
Commissioner Rath,
Yes.
Commissioner Root,
Yes.
Commissioner Seaman,
Yes.
Commissioner Gibson.
Yes.
Motion passes.
President Gibson, could I confirm that with these motions, that these are all to be implemented once approved and built?
Yes,
Okay.
yes, thank you. So, yes, they're all, so, yes.
And
They're not for now, they're for once the plan, the Dog Beach fence plan has been approved and built. Sorry, Adam.
And just to clarify, what you just passed was omitted a time, because the time is going to be part of the next motion, right?
No,
Yes.
year-round also.
No, I'm sorry, that time of day.
Oh.
Yeah.
You omitted time of day for the attendant one, because the time of day will be the
Well,
next motion.
they all had, for passive recreation, that automatically had the 6 AM to 10 PM time.
That's just regular
Unless
park
the-
hours.
Right,
Okay.
because the only time the time changes is when it's a swim beach. Would change. All right, now we're moving on.
Just a clarification.
Yeah.
Just so that we're clear on that, the attendant is there only during beach season, and the beach gate at the top is open the rest of the time that people can go down.
That would be correct.
Okay. Now we are going to, I'm going to request a motion that the daily hours for the off-leash dog beach be from 6 AM to 10 AM.
10 p.m.
10 PM, I've done that twice now, to 10 PM, once the dog beach fence has been approved and installed.
So moved.
Second.
Commissioner Rath,
Yes.
Commissioner Corley,
Yes.
Commissioner Root,
Yes.
Commissioner Seaman,
Yes.
Commissioner Kodo,
Yes.
Commissioner Tyson,
Yes.
Commissioner Gibson.
Yes.
Motion passes.
So I have to ask a question of Adam and Shannon. If we decide that Centennial is only parking for dog beach users, do we need an action? Because that's how it's currently used. No, it's not. It currently, no, because you said that the pass, the Winnetka Pass is Tower, Maple, and Elder. It doesn't include Centennial.
Well, Village of Winnetka residents that have their Village of Winnetka pass.
They can park at Centennial?
I think so.
Okay, all right. So that doesn't, all right. So we will have to have an action if we wanted to limit it to dog beach users. Yeah, okay. All right, I'm not really sure.
Question.
Yes.
Would it make sense to leave it as it is? Because the study that's going on right now is doing it based on as it is, and therefore we would have data either supporting or not supporting.
And we could take this action later. It should be, I know what we're trying to do is address questions that the village may have in our
Right.
process.
I mean, this is just a going-in position. They're gonna tell us.
So what I would potentially recommend are if there are options that the board is okay with looking at and using those as options for while we're going through the special use permit process, to say that if ZBA or Plan Commission comes forward and says, hey, parking is really, an issue, even with a passive beach. What park district are you gonna do about it? Then we have multiple options or considerations in place that the board has already reviewed, and we can say, yep, that's what we're able to do, rather than unknowing what the board's view is on those particular things, whether it's, a shuttle or land banking or change in parking structure, or just saying, okay, well, Elder is the parking area for that type of thing. So whether or not it's going to come up as an issue, we're unsure at this point. We just have our experience from the main project where parking came up as an issue, where it was a swimming beach.
Okay.
So that's where the parking issue came up. As Commissioner Rapp mentioned, we do have the data from that short time where Elder was open this past season as just a passive beach, where there wasn't an influx of overuse of that particular area to where it became an issue. But again, you have a different park, different amount of parking spaces.
So if we adopt an alternate, let's say we're here, we adopt one position and we say, but this other alternate is possible too, so that you have that flexibility in front of the commissions.
Yes.
If we do that, and we find that the second option just doesn't really work, but we've said that that's what we're gonna do as the basis for our special use permit, are we bound? Or can we then maybe adopt a shuttle service? Because we don't think it's hard to predict in advance.
It really is, and it's gonna really depend on those boards and commissions, what they ask of us
Okay.
to do, and then ultimately what it then comes down to with village council and the trustees when it goes to that review, to see what those actual requirements are. Because we can make the recommendations of these are the options that we think are possible, and it could come back, oh, that's a great option, and that's gonna be a consideration of your approval is that you do this. Or it could be, we don't like any of these options, try something else.
May I?
Or nothing at all.
Yeah.
I would suggest that we choose the as it exists option,
Right.
number one, and we add an option to use a shuttle service if required, and we add the option to do land banking if required, and we add the option to restrict parking just to Dog Beach pass users and shift everyone else to Elder if necessary. And that, the determination between those options will come with the Kimley-Horn parking study and the usage over the course of the summer. So you'll see, if there's congestion, you'll see it and you'll have to make a change, and that will be our response. But we'll have these options approved and discussed, and the data will drive how we move through those options.
You want them to have as much flexibility as
Right.
possible
As you go
when
in front,
presented.
yes.
So,
Okay.
can I ask one
Yeah, go
question
ahead.
first? The one thing that's confusing me is on this checklist, item number 1 is maintain permit required access. So it's in parentheticals, Dog Beach pass holders only, which to me implies that's what we have now, but I just want to clarify, that's not what we have now.
That's an erroneous
Okay,
item on here.
okay,
Yeah,
that's
that
what
was
was.
a mistake on
okay.
my behalf, I apologize.
That's all right, that's all right. I just needed to clarification as I try and formulate the motion. Okay.
I have a question.
Yes, sorry.
The implement time restrictions, is that making those spots during the beach season 1 hour or 2 hours?
Like, more like 4.
Well, I'm just thinking, like, how long are people at the dog beach? Like 40 minutes, half an hour? They're not sitting there at the beach all day.
It ranges, yeah, but anywhere between an hour to 2, up to 3 to 5, it depends.
They take their coffee, they meet their friends. It's very fun.
Okay. No, I was just thinking, like, if we made that, 2-hour parking, and then is that sufficient for that parking to turn over? And then if you want to park or go spend the whole day at the
Right.
beach, Elder is longer. So,
I personally don't have a problem with a 2-hour time restriction. And as you say, if they want to have more time, they could move over to.
They could park at Elder.
Yeah.
If they see the friendly community service officer showing up.
All right.
I think land banking is the lowest priority option,
Yes.
so if you want to put these in priority,
Yes.
I would say maintain permit required access as exists, number one.
I don't think we need to rank them.
Well,
We have to help them.
I mean, listen, I'm sorry, I think whatever we decide, we will get some feedback from some people that are like, doesn't work. So,
understand.
I think if this were to get approved and get constructed in 2027, we will absolutely do our best to put the best option forward, and we will listen and learn as it relates to the parking lot at Centennial.
But I think certain board members like some things more than others, and I think that's why we're being asked to prioritize.
Yeah.
I agree with
That's fine.
Commissioner Kodo that land banking is like the lowest
Lowest,
of the
yes,
low.
yeah. All right.
I would change number 2 to expand eligible users. I think that was based on the
Right, so
incorrect view.
that's
So it's
not
actually
1, 2.
reduce eligible users to Dog Beach pass holders only, right?
Right.
It's an option.
Right.
Yes. What all we're talking about is potential additional need for parking spaces, and that's the least desirable.
Does everybody know what land banking is?
It sounds like expand the South Drive aisle parking.
You designate an area of land and say, if we fail to meet the parking relief necessary for this area, we will dig up this green space and turn it into a
Yeah.
parking lot. That's why it's
Yeah,
the
that gives everyone-
lowest possible option.
Yeah.
It's a possibility, but it's a very
Okay.
unappealing possibility.
Once the,
Yeah.
I'll shut up.
So in terms of prioritizing, do we want to prioritize reducing eligible users to Dog Beach only, or do we want to do time restrictions?
I'd do time restrictions first.
I would too.
Yeah.
Is that
that's
okay?
fine. Yeah,
Alright.
that's fine.
All right. May I have a motion to prioritize in the following order parking options for the Centennial parking spaces once the Dog Beach fence has been approved and built? Number 1, maintain permit-required access, which includes Dog Beach pass holders and Winnetka residents. Number 2, implement time restrictions of 2 hours. Number 3, reduce eligible users to Dog Beach only. Number 4, explore a shuttle service. And number 5, explore land banking.
So moved.
Second.
All right, we have a roll call vote?
Commissioner Tyson,
Yes.
Commissioner Corley,
Yes.
Commissioner Root,
Yes.
Commissioner Kodo,
Yes.
Commissioner Rapp,
Yes.
Commissioner Seaman,
Yes.
Commissioner Gibson.
Yes.
Motion passes.
All right, good. Phew. Thank you, Costa. All right.
Thank you.
We are now moving on to section 4.3, which is review and make a determination of a response to the Mark's third-party investigation.
Excuse me, Madam Chair, before we do
Yes.
that, I'd like some clarification from staff on where we're going to be for the 2026 Dog Beach season. How, what are we doing during this upcoming season?
Currently, at this time, we still have an ordinance in place in the village's leash law that requires on-leash use. And we do have our park rangers that we will be hiring that will be going from park site to park site. They do not have enforcement capability, but they are able to call if needed for different reasons. We haven't been given the direction to enforce those things up to this point. So it would be good information for staff to have on how the board would like us to proceed.
Okay. Would you like us to discuss that now?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's fine.
Yes.
I think you have to enforce it. I think you're exposed to liability if you don't.
I think we should talk about this in March. We got a lot on our plate tonight. I think we have time. I'm not trying to be dismissive, because we do need to know what we want to do with the dog beach before the fences. I just think in March, if we can talk about it.
So let me
You
ask
got
you
it.
this, some of these questions and the need to address them in this meeting is in preparation for the March 9th zoning. So in that respect, we could delay discussing what we'll do in 2026 with the dog beach.
Yeah.
It is something we have to discuss, and that in and of itself will be, I think, a pretty back and forth discussion, because I think there's several different opinions and so forth. So I'm okay with waiting until March if that works for staff. Do you have, other than wanting the answer now, do you have a reason why we can't delay it to the March meeting?
Other than what we do from here until March, because there will be use. There's still use currently.
Okay, but we won't even have rangers in place too. Okay. All right, let's address it.
Madam Chair?
Yep.
I'm perfectly fine waiting. I just wanted to clarify that we will not be closing the dog beach for 2026 because we don't have a fence in place. And I'm really doing that as part of preparation for the March 9th hearing, because I think that if people decided that they had this idea that it was going to be closed, you will get a lot more opposition on March 9th. That's why I asked the question. I'm happy to wait to talk about.
Well, I think that you're making a point as to why we should address it now.
Okay.
Okay. All right. So, Commissioner Cotto, you believe that we should,
I think you have to put the message out there that the leash law is going to be enforced, and that it has to be used in accordance with Cook County requirements, it has to be used in accordance with our ordinance, and it has to be used in accordance with the village ordinance. We don't have a solution. We're trying to find a solution. We're not gonna get this fence finished in time. So this is a temporary situation. Everybody's gotta keep their dog on a leash.
any other?
And that's been our position for how long now?
Yeah.
I
Right.
mean, why would we change from that? And the whole purpose of going in to get the beach set up correctly, so it's safe, I mean, we totally undermine that if we,
Right.
we're just gonna let it
Although I
go.
think staff is asking for direction on enforcement.
So wait a minute. This is a village ordinance. Is that not correct?
And the Park District also has an ordinance.
Okay, so we have a a very talented, well-staffed village enforcement force. I see them on Lincoln, the car for the Home Alone house, most days of the year. It's amazing how much traffic. People like to take their pictures in front of that. So my view is, I guess my point is, we're not an enforcement agency.
Correct.
We have, as a taxpayer, we have and pay for the village police force. They're the enforcement agency. I do not believe that we should become an enforcement agency. Park rangers are not enforcers.
That's correct.
They're reminders, like,
Right.
hey, so enforcement, really tricky for a park district, especially when you hear the comments about tonight, the joy that the park district brings to people in this community. And park rangers, so I don't believe they should be enforcers.
So, Commissioner, let me clarify. They're not the ones enforcing. They would not have, none of our staff are deputized. They do not have the capability to issue a ticket. They do not have the capability to do any of that.
So you have to-
It is moreover that it is a pretty please, and when they tell us no or ignore us, then we then call whoever that enforcement agency is to address the issue.
Okay, so that's the policy of park district enforcement, is what you're talking about here.
Yes.
Okay, okay. Listen, I also must say, I do not, actually, I am actually really concerned, because we've all been down to the beach. Although it is an on-leash dog beach, pretty much everyone has their dog off-leash. Which isn't funny. And not meant to be funny. So I have concerns for safety for people, families, kids, when those dogs, I love dogs, I love dogs, I have a dog, that someone could be seriously injured. So I have concerns about no fence, knowing that there will be some folk that are irresponsible and have their dog off-leash running around. I'm not saying it's I like dogs. So I have some real concerns about that from a safety standpoint.
Commissioner Seaman, may I ask, are your concerns during the swimming season because?
Yeah, when there's more activity, there's more activity.
If I might, I'll ask a question of Shannon. Shannon, how many incidents and problems have we had of dogs who are at the swimming beach who have created or have injured anyone other than other dogs? Because we looked at this back in 2021, and we just didn't, the only incidents we came up with were incidents where dogs were running loose on the tableland. So I'm wondering if we are concerned about a problem that really is not a problem. It's a question. I don't know if you've looked into it.
I would go back to the president, as I believe commissioners are supposed to address commissioners first, if that's okay, if you would like me to respond.
Sure.
Okay. So as far as incidents, I have known of a few incidents that maybe not have occurred on the dog beach, but have been related to dogs going to other locations that were on the beach level. However, at this point in time in this meeting, I do not have a record of those things. I did not have any of that prepared for this meeting this evening. We could reach out to the police department to see if they have reports of that for the last however many years. Elder has been closed for 5 years, so there's probably not a lot of data for that facility being open, for dogs going from the dog beach to Elder. But there's also the material basis of the ordinance that the Park District put in place, as well as the village leash law as well, which is, I believe, the reason for those is to avoid those safety incidents. And if the board wanted to change that ordinance internally, then that would be a board decision. Our job is to, I don't want to say enforce, but to make sure that those ordinances are adhered to. That's our job as staff.
Madam Chair, if I might speak to the
Yes.
Executive Director, do I have permission?
Yes.
Thank you. Executive Director, we should have a whole lot of history on elder and what, with dogs, with an unleashed dog beach for many years, as we know, went into effect in 1995. So I think that data certainly is available. I guess what I'm trying to suggest here is we have had a leash law on the books since 2023. To my knowledge, we have not had, and this is just me who uses the dog beach a lot, we have not had issues. And I wonder, as we are trying to, we're making a lot of changes and people don't like change. Sometimes it's best to not see so much and to step back. And my final comment would be, I do believe that it is the individual dog owner's responsibility to maintain the safety of their animal. And I even went to Cook County's regulations to find out that enforcement with respect to dogs is placed on the owner. So again, I'm suggesting that maybe we can have this ordinance and it stays while we're working so hard to change things, and that we don't perhaps be too vigilant on enforcement.
So then I would ask is the board authorizing staff to not follow the board's ordinance?
Yeah.
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 I have a question for Adam.
No.
Talk about our exposure if we have an ordinance on the books and we don't enforce it. Especially knowing we're trying to get to a place where we have a safe, fenced-in area. There's heightened awareness for this. We all want to go ahead and do the right thing. We have an ordinance on the books. We're not enforcing it. Safety comes up repeatedly in zoning and plan, repeatedly.
Yeah. Yeah.
I just think the exposure, there's no reason to accept that liability. There's every reason to say, this is a short-term solution. We're trying to solve a problem to allow dog owners off-leash in a fenced area, coexisting with homeowners and coexisting with beachgoers. And until we get there, this is going to be our temporary solution.
If someone gets hurt, regardless of what our exposure is, the park district will be named in a lawsuit. And we're in Cook County. Okay, Cook County is a plaintiff-friendly jurisdiction. And so I would be remiss to predict the results of that litigation. But if we have admitted during a meeting, as a number of commissioners have, that no one complies with the ordinance, you know, we would be, a plaintiff's attorney would not have a hard time proving that we're aware that people are ignoring the rule. So a plaintiff's attorney would have a good story to tell. I would recommend perhaps that, you know, I think the village has an adjudication system where they handle local ordinance violations locally instead of at Skokie. Maybe they would cooperate and let us issue tickets for their adjudication system, where we can share their hearing officer. So it's handled locally instead of through a very inefficient circuit court system. They have authority to do that. And we may even have an agreement about that already. I just don't think it's been used. So that's an option that we can try and pursue, is to try and adjudicate these locally through their hearing, the local adjudication system.
All right, I'd like to say something. I own a dog, and he's a wonderful dog. He loves people. He's a total dope. I mean, if he sees kids, you know, he wants to meet them and everything. If I had him on the Centennial off leash, and there's a group of kids enjoying their summer day on Elder, he's going to go check them out. And I know other dogs are going to do that too. And I think even if we don't have an injury situation, all those children playing on Elder and their parents have a right to do it free of other people's dogs running up on the kids. There are people that are fearful of dogs, and there are going to be small children there. Can't have a 50-pound, 80-pound dog running at a 2-year-old playing on Elder. That we can't have. It's just bottom line.
So, am I hearing you, the solution is a fence?
Yes, that would be the solution, and I would hope that the dog beach owners or the users will support us in that, so that they can enjoy off-leash dog beach.
So we know we're not gonna have a fence this summer. We know we have a very energetic, avid dog beach pass group. We have to find a compromise. I mean, listen, I wasn't pro-enforcement, but as you talk to me about enforcement, how you describe enforcement, and the risks associated with it, although there are probably not a lot of
Since
incidences.
1995, and we did this back in
Yep.
2021.
I get it, and it's, unfortunately, it's 30 years after 1995, it's 2025, and it seems like we can get sued for a lot of stuff these days. So, is it the park ranger that is the solution? Is that what we're saying here? That that's the compromise? Hey, could you make sure you're...
There are going to be multiple sources of information for people. When they get their dog beach application, it will be clear that until we have a fence, they need to keep their dog on leash. Okay, so that's number one. There will be signs that inform people of the need to keep their dog on leash. And then third, and they need to keep their dog on leash because of multiple regulations, right? And then third, we will have park rangers that will help the people that didn't read their application or haven't read the signs, help them understand that it's an on-leash dog beach until we have a fence.
I thought that when we made this beach on leash, it was a way to transfer the risk more clearly to the dog owner. And so when people use the dog beach, they're supposed to have their dog under control. So people self-select to not bring a dog that is going to be out of control to the beach. So I mean, I would really like to see the data. Because I think, I'm not wild about hassling people when they're just trying to enjoy the lake.
No one is. No one
So
is. That's why we need the dog beach fence. That is why we need it, because no one wants to do that.
I think Adam has a good solution. Ask Winnetka if we can do a local adjudication system. And the steps are, one, apply for the dog beach fob. We have a conversation about your dog needs to be on leash. We're hoping this is temporary, we get a fence. Number two, if we have park rangers, they're out there, they warn people. Number three, we call the police, they get a ticket, we adjudicate it locally. Number four, if there's repeat offenders, we pull the dog fob, they're not allowed to attend the dog beach anymore. It's just what you gotta do. It's not a permanent solution, it's not a permanent state. Until we get a fence, we're gonna have to take some precautions to protect people who don't wanna mix with dogs.
No, you're right, you're right.
The only other comment that I would have is, I think it's worth it for staff to go back to circle around with the village to see, can we put a fence on the north side that is completely removable, like the bicycle fences for concerts on that side during a defined area, or some kind of retractable thing, or something that is truly temporary.
Would that
We've done
satisfy
that.
Cook County?
I don't think, has Cook County issued a specific demand?
Cook County issue.
Cook County
The-
requires,
We tried to put a temporary fence up. The village stopped us and told us to take
It's
it
a
down.
different, it's a different time. Discussions are ongoing. Thinking has evolved. I think, further dialogue on the options would be a benefit.
Costa?
Sometimes things that we thought were impossible can become possible. I don't know.
Good points.
Costa?
Goal in hockey.
So,
Yeah, exactly. There you go.
so I know there was conversation in regards to the incidences that occurred. Yeah, we might not have anything today as of record, but in 2009, the Park District staff, including myself, we physically put a chain link fence on the north side of Centennial Park for this very reason. To keep dogs contained from Elder Lane Beach because of the interactions. That was defined, it was installed, it was in place for many a year. Until the master plan, and it slowly eroded because of ice damage and so forth, it was identified to either relocate the dog beach or eliminate the dog beach. And that's where it stopped. Fencing was pulled out and it stayed in place, or it was pulled out, and there was a couple of fence posts that were there for a while. We tried to put a temporary fence in. We literally were told, we got our hands slapped, and we had to remove it after it was physically installed by the village, by the IDNR and the Corps, all reached out to us and said, hey, you put that in illegally, it has to be removed post-haste, as fast as possible. Get it out of there. The same design that we're proposing in a temporary solution was our last plan that literally got shot out of the water at the Plan Commission. We heard the same complaints during the special use permit for the the Centennial Project around fencing and everything else. People want their dog to run off leash. I get it. I have 2 large dogs myself. I love letting them run the large. But I have English Mastiffs, and I know what they can do, and I make sure that I control my animals. This is no other. The dogs have to be controlled. And if you're telling us to put a temporary fence in, I guarantee you a plastic or temporary fence is not going to stop a dog who wants to get over it, especially if it's sagging, which they normally do, driving into the sand, water, somebody pulls it down. We would literally have to staff it to maintain, and then we're back to an attendant making sure people are following ordinances. So you can go through the gauntlet here of pros and cons to everything. It's either responsibility of the pet owner to maintain their pet, or it's application of installing a fence. There's no in between. It's either you enforce it or you don't. Or if you have the fence in there, then everybody's enforced because they're meeting the criteria. And that's the conundrum, is we're trying to get from A to B to make people happy, but people want to see this without change. That's impossible. Progress without change does not work. We have to do something to meet the requirements as we've stated. That's all I have to say. I'm just kind of throwing it out there. I brought up the leash ordinances. I have Ordinance 596 to read from if you guys need it for reference. But just those finer points about the previous fencing that was installed, I think is prudent, especially when we're talking about incidents that occurred, because last 5 years, Elder was closed. There was no incidences of record because the site was closed. It was not managed. So we don't have a 5-year snapshot.
Just a question on
Yeah.
the fence for 2009. Was there a permit for that fence?
No permit, nobody questioned it.
That's
Not one
unfortunate.
issue.
Because that would have been something.
I know, right?
We call those
But
the
trust
good
me,
old
we would have all liked to do that.
I mean, is there another way to attack it with, snow fencing on the south side of Elder to keep dogs off of the swimming beach?
We would have to get a permit for it.
Can't touch it, we can't.
Any fence or
I-
any obstruction that you're impeding people's progress to walk the lake, we will be denied unless we're permitted for it. Short and
The
sweet.
material doesn't matter.
Appreciate your comments. I mean, it's optimistic.
I would still like to have some update that conversations have occurred. Have the village retell us again. I don't know.
All right.
I'm all for enforcing. I don't know if you want to take a poll.
I think we need to make a motion.
Do we want to talk to the village between now and the March meeting to see what?
Yes.
How they'll help us enforce it?
Our March meeting?
Our March meeting. Like, do we want to have a chance to talk to the police department and the administrator to see how they'll help us enforce the rule?
Yes.
Yes.
Enforce their rule?
I've already spoken with the village manager on this briefly and indicated that that if we do need enforcement, they might get more calls from us. I think it would be prudent for maybe us to send an official letter or something asking for that support in that capacity. I don't know that there's an ability for them to particularly staff it, but I do think that they're able to answer calls if they come. So I don't think that that's a question of whether or not they're going to be able to respond.
Okay, I have another question for Adam. Doesn't the Park District Code give certain employees the ability to do citations? I thought I had read that at some point.
We don't have a standing prosecutor. We don't have a standing court date at Skokie like municipalities have for their ordinance violations.
Okay.
So for us to start up the machinery of doing ordinance enforcement
Okay.
would be expensive and inefficient and slow. And like ordinance cases take months to resolve.
Okay.
So that's why I suggested we try and develop a partnership with the village, because the local adjudication court gets things done in 30 days.
Okay, so
And
we
we
have,
don't-
the code gives us the ability to do the citations, but it's the other background, it's what happens after that that is not defined.
And the village has code that when they switch to allowing that local adjudication, that it included Park District code as well.
So, where are we? Are we gonna,
I would like to make a motion to table discussion until March to allow staff to pursue Adam Simon's suggestion, as well as further explore other truly temporary options to
and,
resolve.
okay,
the problem.
I think we need a little more detail on that, though.
Like removable, at the end of the day, or.
So are we gonna
no
pay
way
for
that's
more
gonna
staff to
I don't know, let's see
do-
what's possible, we could make a
It's
budget.
not
We're all
adjustment,
doing this,
adjustment.
well,
We
I
could
don't-
make a
I don't think
budget
it's
adjustment.
possible.
I don't,
The temporary fence is not allowed. It's not gonna stop a dog. It doesn't have the double entry system.
that's what
It
Cook
doesn't have a
County
key fob
requires.
gate.
And from staffing perspective, at this point in time, it is absolutely not feasible to up and down a fence every single morning and every single evening.
We could put out a Google worksheet for the community, but I think that the intention behind your motion and what we're all trying, in
Right.
an effort, a sincere effort to keep the dog beach open.
Right,
That's what we're trying, we want, I think as a board, we
Correct.
want to do.
correct.
We've stated
There-
it, we've passed an
sometimes
ordinance. We've done-
Commissioner, some people maybe think that we want to close the dog beach. We do not want to close the dog beach. It is a wonderful
Amenity feature.
feature of the Park District. So I think Commissioner Rapp is trying, she's brainstorming on how can we
It's
keep
It's an
this.
on-leash dog beach. It's already open, right?
Yeah.
What's the big
Oh,
deal,
but-
honestly?
Right.
It needs to be enforced
But,
between
okay,
now
but
and
like,
March. We can
like,
explore
we're
some.
not gonna come up with a law enforcement framework
Yep.
here with the backing of the courts and everything in 20 minutes in a board meeting.
I also think you have to have a fence on the southern border. We have a homeowner there that will not tolerate dogs running onto his property.
We have a
thought we
homeowner that
just
has
talked
a
about
large
treated sand.
stone groin and has every ability to restrict dogs because of that groin. I hate to even suggest this, but there are stairs and there could be a gate put on those stairs that can be opened and shut, self-closing. It would take care of the problem.
He might like that idea.
No, I don't doubt that won't someday happen, okay? Again, I think the South is not the problem. I think your problem, if you have a problem, it is at Elder. And Costa told us that's the reason the fence went in. So I would like to basically second Cynthia's.
Okay, but you need a little more detail for staff, like a little more direction. We can't say, oh, just go and explore options. Obviously, they've explored several options. So one option is snow fencing, which doesn't sound very viable from a staffing standpoint. What are some other options?
It still seems like, the paneled fencing on the north side. I mean, we can get staff in the summer, right? I mean, like, there are college kids who are home who would like to work.
Well,
Barely. So, whether they like to work is another story. So, but what I would say too, just because you put one line of fence over on the northern side, that does not make it an off-leash dog beach. Because you have to have the section to off-leash your dogs before you go into
That's the
the
Cook County
off-leash dog
requirement.
area. So it would not pass muster with Cook County. The temporary nature of anything, it doesn't matter the material of the fence. If we do not have an end date, it cannot be considered temporary. It's only if you have an end date, and at that point, as of going through this process with multiple iterations, the regulatory bodies, they still want to see it, even if it's in a temporary basis at this point, because of the public interest in this particular project. So there is really, and we have an ordinance in place. That's the crux of the issue. We have an ordinance in place, and yes, we've had it in place, but now it is very clear that people are not abiding by that, and we know that. It has been said was said in our last meeting. It was said at the zoning board meeting by members of the zoning board, or was that plan commission? I can't remember at this point. It was plan commission. Sorry, my apologies. So it's something that there is so many eyes on that we need to do it, in my opinion, and my recommendation is we need to do it correctly, and we need to do it by what we have in place. Now, if the ordinance changes, and that's the board's direction to change our ordinance, then that's the board's direction to change that ordinance. But this is what we have in place right now as staff to go by. So that's what our direction is the ordinance.
So I have a suggestion. I'm listening to your request for additional information. So between, number one, I think we all understand the need to enforce it as an on-leash dog facility right now. Number two, in the interim between this meeting and the next meeting in March, we explore, can we put up a fence temporarily? Are there other options we could secure? I'm not interested in the data because it only takes one really bad bite to cause a problem for all of us. So what I care about is a solution and some assistance from the village. I think Adam had a great suggestion, local adjudication. That's number one. Find out if the village will help us with that. But I think enforcement, certainly in the short term, maybe there's additional information that can be gathered by March. We'll circle back in March. If there's no additional information, then we'll ask the village for help in enforcing. I don't know, does that capture pretty much the threads of everyone here?
Well, I'm trying to synthesize it for the purposes of making a motion. So right now, we're going to make a motion that until our March meeting, we authorize staff to enforce the off-leash dog requirements or on-leash dog requirements. And two, we direct staff to investigate with the village what can be done in terms of temporary fencing, but also perhaps our council can meet with village council and discuss the prospect of local adjudication.
I don't think you need the first half.
Pardon?
I don't think you need the first half of the motion.
Okay.
I think the staff already has authority to enforce the ordinance.
I think they do too, but they were asking for that, but okay, good, all right. All right, let's see if I can do that. May I have a motion to direct staff to convene with the village regarding the prospect of some sort of temporary fencing on Centennial Beach such that we could convert the on-leash dog beach to an off-leash dog beach temporarily. And to direct our park council to meet with village council for the purposes of exploring the possibility of local adjudication for those dog owners who are found to be in violation of our ordinances.
Can we split those into two motions?
Sure. You're gonna make me say that again now?
Part A, part B.
No.
I got it.
That was one motion, right?
Right.
So moved.
Okay,
I'll second.
all right.
Commissioner Rapp?
Yes.
Commissioner Seaman?
What did you say?
Yeah, that's, it's what you want, isn't
Is
it?
that yes?
No, I,
What was it, yes or no? I didn't hear. I'm
no,
not-
it's
Yes.
having Adam talk to the council
Okay, yeah.
to understand this more and come
But
back
you
with
said
it.
yes. I just couldn't understand what you
I
said.
said yes, but
Okay.
I'm not happy
Unenthusiastic.
about it.
I'm going to say an enthusiastic yes. That's what I'm going to
I'm
say.
not enthusiastic.
Commissioner Root?
Unenthusiastic, yes.
Commissioner Kodo?
Yes.
Commissioner Tyson?
Yes.
Commissioner
I
Corley?
just want to clarify, part of this is to put in a temporary fence to convert it to.
No, to explore the possibility of that. What Commissioner Rapp has suggested, please explore the
Okay,
possibility.
I'm gonna vote no, because I already know we can't do it, so.
Okay.
If it was two separate motions, I would have had a no yes, but I'm a no.
Okay, I see why you were asking for that. Okay, and I'm,
And Commissioner Gibson?
yes.
Motion passes.
All right, we're now moving on to section 4.3 of the agenda. Review determination of response to Mark's third-party investigation. And I'd like to ask which commissioner would like to start off.
I'll go. Can I go?
Please.
I think, I would say probably a lot of this is what I said at whatever meeting it was a January meeting, I believe, right? I think it was a January meeting when it first came up, but, fully supportive of Edie Nazal. It's been hard on you. And you're a pretty tough person. I think the board did absolutely, when we got a harassment claim, we did it the right way with a well-regarded independent lawyer. Reading the results of it, I don't believe warrants any censure or otherwise. I'm just going to hold out hope because I know, Commissioner Root, man, sometimes she's pretty tough, and beyond tough. I'm just I just, the only individual that's gonna perhaps change the behavior of Commissioner Root is Commissioner Root. It's not anything this board does or says. So I'm hopeful that she will reflect, and as we all do when we do certain things, we try to do better. Thank you.
Okay.
Are we going around? David,
Sure.
should I go next?
Would you like me to go again?
I have spoken about this before. I have tremendous respect for both people involved in this. We did our investigation. You know, it was a relief that as an entity that we were, you know, not promoting a harassing environment. That was good. It's unfortunate that we cannot find a way through this easily, because I think both people have their strengths. Both people are human. We're all human. We're all volunteers. Things are not always going to be perfect. Sometimes you need to work with difficult people. And sometimes you hope people handle things in a better way, but you have to deal with what you're dealt. So, I mean, I guess I just always fall back on the advice of former village manager, be hard on the issues, but soft on the people. I think that, we could all do a better job being softer on the people. Again, very, very hard on the issues, but soft on the people. And I think that issues that were raised in the investigation were cases where maybe there was a little bit more hardness on the people. But again, people grow, people can change, and I mean, I certainly don't support a censure, and I hope that we can move forward collectively as a group with professionalism, civility, and respect. I think that one of the gaps that we have as a board, which manifests in different ways, which we'll talk about more in the conference debrief, is just board development. How are we working together? How are we doing evaluations? Are we doing things to improve the way that we work together? Because I think that would hopefully have a positive impact on our executive director and make things a little bit more comfortable than maybe people are feeling now. I can appreciate this has been very difficult personally for both ED Nizal and Commissioner Root, and I'm sorry for that as a board member, because it is unpleasant, it consumes energy, it creates anxiety, it takes away mental time from things that people enjoy. So I am sorry for that, and I hope that collectively we can move forward and do better.
Commissioner Root? I'm going to pass until I hear all of the comments.
Mine will be going last, so I will be going last.
Well, I think out of fairness,
It's not a fairness thing, it's the board president. I have that. That's what the board president does, they go last, so.
and that's in our policy where,
Yeah, it is.
sorry, I'm not familiar with that.
Okay.
Since April, I had prepared remarks. I don't know where you're taking this, so I have no idea, what really to say.
Mm-hmm.
But I will start by saying that since April of 2024, I have had my integrity questioned. I have been subject to character assassination. I have had commissioners stand up at a fall town hall meeting in November of 2024 and say incredibly dreadful things in front of my neighbors. And yet, what was so interesting was, despite all of that, I was reelected effective as of April 1st of 2025. I certainly would have appreciated the opportunity, Executive Director Nizal, to sit down and talk with you. If you had issues, I would have really liked to have sat and visited and found ways that we could have worked amicably to resolve them. And
I have been asked to give an apology. And so my apology is, I am so sorry that I was unable to convince you before I even knew about this complaint on September 25th, which was my one and only single meeting with you, to talk about concerns that you had. I tried, and you said you were not, at that time, willing to visit, and I had no idea what these concerns were. Let me be very clear. The investigator determined that I did not harass, that I did not create a toxic work environment, and that the 5 emails that I sent over a 7-month period that were the basis of this complaint did not prevent our executive director from performing her contractual duties. And so from that, I'm very happy. However, this process, and thank you, Commissioner Rapp, this process was extremely difficult for me because I didn't know where this was headed. You know, I think like a lawyer, I still do. And when someone accuses someone of harassment, the first thing you think is, where is this going? Oh, we're going to head to the courthouse, civil litigation. I'm glad to see that that was not the case, but President Gibson, I would have been so grateful had you just sat down and visited with me just one time. The fact that this district spent $40,000 on an attorney, on an investigation, I do find to be an awful lot of money for something that I would have hoped could have been handled internally, and our policy on issues like this deals with issues between commissioner and commissioner, not commissioner and employee. And when I went to the personnel policy, what I found was, on these issues, the policy suggests that the individuals that have a concern confront the person who is causing this concern and try to talk it out. And so for that reason, I still am puzzled as to how we got here and why we got here, but I think I do know why. And this really goes back to some prepared comments. For the 6 years, our lakefront planning has followed a pattern of big spending, constant shifting plans, and closed-door alignment with the private interest. I have been the minority member of this board with respect to that continuing plan. And these plans have always been tied to a long-running property exchange agreement with that private interest who has sought to limit public access to his expanded public beach south of Centennial Park, whether it's by fenced louvers and planter pockets or by a dog beach fence that is placed on a groin. And I really believe that that has been the catalyst and has caused the sort of friction that resulted in this complaint. In December, when we talked about this and when you each told me how you felt about my actions and how you felt about me, I ended my comments by saying we're starting a new year. This is our opportunity to actually move forward and to begin to attempt to work collaboratively and cooperatively. And I'm very sincere in that. I remain very interested in trying to do that. But to do that means you have to talk to me. When you first joined the board, Scott Corley, I invited you to coffee. I sat down, wanted to talk to you, wanted to get to know you. I tried to do the same with you, President Gibson.
We did do it. We met for
We
coffee.
met.
Yeah.
But then communication immediately stopped. And Jeff did the same with you several years ago. Again, I don't think you said more than
Yeah,
two
we
sentences.
met for coffee.
Yeah, I don't think you said more than 2 sentences to me since
I haven't gotten another invitation since then. so.
Well, you can always invite, you have
I
the opportunity.
could, but it's two-way street.
All right, well, we will do that again then.
Okay.
All right, I don't need to take any more time. We've got folks sitting out here that have something they want to present and go home to their kids. Pat has been very patient. But again, I'm kind of curious as to why this issue is being brought up yet again tonight. So maybe I will hear after the president has the opportunity for the last word.
Commissioner Cotto?
First of all, our policy manual determines what our process is. And I think commissioner to employee is worse than commissioner to commissioner. So I completely agree with Commissioner Seaman that we followed the right path. Secondly, de-escalation starts with an apology. De-escalation starts with this sincere statement, oh my gosh, I had no idea. I'm really sorry. How can we resolve this? That's how it starts. You are not being singled out. Others have voted with you on various aspects of these plans. Commissioner Seaman voted with you. Commissioner Rapp has voted with you very consistently. So it is your behavior and your actions that have driven us to this point. The previous censure, which rolled off April 2025, was after 3.5 years of unethical behavior, violations of 21 aspects of the Code of Ethics. In the meeting where the censure rolled off, you were confronted with irrefutable evidence of sharing confidential information. And we all agreed that we could try to put this behind us. And 7 months later, we have a harassment claim. To protect this board, something needs to be done. If there is another harassment complaint, and I do not believe that your behavior will change, I'm sorry, I'm pessimistic on that front, this board is then liable, and this staff is unprotected. And I believe a censure from now until the end of your term in 2029 is appropriate. If you want that censure lifted, you can come back to us and explain why. But I don't believe you should have liaison assignments. I don't believe you should go to conferences. I don't believe you should represent the Park District at the farmer's market. I believe you should come here, vote to the fullest extent that everyone else votes. You should say your piece in exactly the same way. However, I believe you need to learn how to say you're sorry to people, and I believe that those guardrails that we have put up, no outgoing emails from your email, need to be put back in place. If those had been in place, this harassment claim never would have happened. That's all I have to say.
All right. I was going to say that this has been a very pleasant meeting. I thought that everything you had to say tonight was, you explained why you were asking questions and what you wanted to get out. There was nothing unusual. And that was going to be my comment. What you said now, I think I disagree with a little bit, which is when you talk about what's in the complaint, I think you minimize a lot of it. You disregard the fact that there was more than one person involved, and it makes me think that you can't see that there were people that felt hurt by your actions, and then that was pretty much confirmed when you said the reason for all of this. Your thought on why this is all happening is because we're all in cahoots with a neighbor to the south, and you're the only person standing up against him. I can say personally, I'm not. I don't like a lot of these issues. I can go either way on. I could be convinced by you. I could be convinced by anybody on this board on which way to go. I don't think that has anything to do with this at all. Like I said, I was great through this meeting until you continually, I think, minimized what was in the complaint. The fact that you were found to not violate a, a code of ethics or a guideline or a rule that we don't have in place doesn't mean that there weren't social norms that were apparently violated. And I think that's just magnified by the idea that the bringing this complaint had anything to do with any sort of like policy decisions that we're trying to make here. I don't see how that follows from one to the next. But then on a positive note, I will go back to that this was a pleasant meeting. The last meeting was pleasant, and I hope we have many more pleasant meetings going forward, and that the fuel for this fire doesn't have to be restoked. Honestly, like if people on the staff are affected by what happens on this board in a way that's unfair or inappropriate, that's about the worst thing that could happen. And a lot of the report seems to indicate that that's what happened. You disagree. You minimize it. I wasn't there for either of them, and I have to judge based on what I read in the report, which I don't know. If you just dialed it back about 16 notches, then it'd be great.
I have a number of things written down. I'm just going to gloss over them. I think the biggest point here is exactly what Scott said, that this document, when you go through it, is anything but a glowing recommendation. There are many areas where it talks about questionable conduct, questions about credibility, and possible policy infractions. I share Christina's concern that we need to protect our staff. We may be open to liability. I'm not there, all the way there, as far as doing what we did before. I think this needs to be addressed. I'm just not 100% sure how yet. I don't think it's a full censure. I think there needs to be some targeted actions and changes. And it'd be better if I came prepared with what those were, but it may have to do with interactions going forward and communication and how that's handled. But I think we owe the staff to do something.
All right. Just making a note. So this has now appeared on the agenda because it's never been on the agenda. We released the reports in December. We had some commissioners made comments in January, but it was just during commissioner comments. And so we really do, it's incumbent upon us to place it on the agenda and to discuss it as an agenda item and to have full board discussion on it. I think that you're being disingenuous when you say if I just sat down with you, because there is clear direction for us under the board policy manual and from legal counsel to have pursued an independent investigation. And, it's an unfortunate expense, but it's an unfortunate expense based on behavior of yours. And while, you weren't found in a technical way or a technical legal way to have harassed E.D. Nazal, the reports that were generated out of the investigation are pretty damning about accusatory behavior and so forth. And, I've been subject to that accusatory behavior myself. So I'm very familiar with sort of your sort of way of scattershot accusations, they're not based in fact. You say things that denigrate people's reputations, and you say it in writing, and it doesn't matter if it's true or not. You're very willing to say things that could really hurt people's reputations and have hurt people's reputations, even though you don't have evidence. This is not about point of view discrimination. I've said before, I probably agree with you on some things more than you would expect. This is completely about behavior that you've engaged in that requires some sort of, requires the board to do something so that it doesn't get repeated. And we know that, like, from your past censure, that behaviors didn't stop. So I'm not in favor of a censure myself. What I would like to do is have an action that, as Commissioner Tyson suggests, it doesn't limit your ability to communicate, but it provides some guardrails. And so for that, I'd like to make a motion that with respect to communications between Commissioner Root and staff on board matters, that she direct her communication to E.D. Nizal, and that those communications will have another commissioner present if they're in person. If they're over the phone, another commissioner will be on the phone, and when they're in writing, another commissioner will be copied on that writing. And that's just a prophylactic way to protect staff and to protect E.D. Nizal.
Hey, can I make one comment?
Yes.
Every time I send an email well, I don't email staff.
Right.
I used to on my first go-around. Probably too much.
Mhm.
And they didn't like it. So this go-around, I email Shannon
Mhm.
only, and I always CC you.
Yeah.
Because I just view you as the communication center point for the board. I guess as I think about your motion, a little cumbersome on in-person communication.
You think?
But listen, if you want to say meeting with, just like, I'm a big believer in two commissioner rule.
Yeah,
Because
well, that's what I've said, isn't it?
we all have interpretive differences.
Right.
So our pre-board meetings, we aim for two commissioners. Meetings are generally set up. They're not ad hoc. Even around budget, they're set up, and your executive functioning skills are like super high. You're super orderly, so. But phone call, I don't know. We got to think about the cumbersome nature of the execution.
It is somewhat cumbersome, but it's all very possible, and I very specifically did not designate any one person as the commissioner that Commissioner Root may choose to share those communications with.
May I speak?
Yes, you may.
To my knowledge, I have never placed a call to Executive Director Nizal. Since her arrival here, I can tell you I've had 6 meetings. 4 of them have been major budget meetings. I had the opportunity with you for a pre-board meeting, and then I had the meeting on September 25th. So everything that is in this investigator's report deals with 5 emails that were sent over a 7-month period. And what's interesting is that at the time, there was no feedback. However, I'm somewhat astonished when I read the report that this was to be an objective evaluation of the matters that were in the complaint. And I read that the investigator was given a file on a censure that occurred in April of 2024, and I thought, well, what bearing does that have on this particular matter? And again, we could go on and on this, but I have a question of legal counsel. By what authority does this board have to limit my ability to do my job by singling me out as an elected official? By what authority can they do that?
I guess that I disagree with the premise of the question, that they're limiting your authority to do your job. There's nothing in the motion on the floor that restricts your ability to do your job. You're allowed to communicate your concerns to staff, and you're allowed to meet with Director Nizal. You're allowed to communicate concerns to Director Nizal. You're allowed to come to meetings. You're allowed to communicate with other members of the public. You're allowed to vote. I don't know what rights you're having taken away.
But if I understand, I could only do that if I have a minder, that I must have someone with me at all times, because during my, again, 6 meetings, I have become such a problem that I could possibly cause this district extensive liability. And I'm being sarcastic here, and I don't mean to be. But that's why, because I am being singled out. And again, let's talk about character assassination. It's been a great job since 2024, and the reality is the hurt, it doesn't go away, and the damage, it doesn't go away. So you've done a good job, thank you. But no, coming back, why and how can I be so singled out? What under the law gives this board that authority to do so? Because I don't think the board has that authority. But I'm asking you, you're the licensed one in Illinois.
The board has authority to adopt rules and regulations for how the board conducts its business. The board sets personnel policy, and the board supervises the director, and the director supervises staff.
But the board doesn't supervise individual commissioners. They're elected, and
Right,
their
each
duty is to
individual
the
commissioner,
electorate.
each individual commissioner has no independent authority.
Correct?
And so the board, acting as whole, can set policy for the district, and this would be a policy statement.
You made a motion. Did you make
Yes,
a motion?
I did.
Did anybody second that motion so that we then could have discussion, or what's the,
I'll second that motion.
okay. Now,
Reread the exact language of the motion.
Do you have it?
Do you want me to just-
More or less, do you have it?
My notes say that any communication between Commissioner Root and staff must be to the Director Nizal and with a second commissioner, whether it's in person, phone, or in writing, when that communication has to do with board business.
So it's only in writing?
No, I said, I'll read it again. The motion was, any communication between Commissioner Root and staff must be directed to Director Nizal and include a second commissioner, regardless of whether it's in person, by phone, or in writing, and when that communication deals with board business.
more discussion?
Well, I have a question. The end part where it's, this restriction would only be in place if it's in regards to board business?
Yes.
What other things?
Commissioner Root's also a resident, and so if she wants to call and register for a program, she doesn't have to call Director Nizal
Okay.
to register for a program. You know, she doesn't lose her rights as a resident to participate in park stuff.
Thank you.
I think that's what your intent is.
Yes, it is.
Yes.
Yes.
I'll put out a couple thoughts for discussion first, but I would say that I know, I do frequently copy another commissioner. I'm not sure I'm 100%, but it is a
Mhm.
good general practice to do so. And then I do, for board meetings, I mean, I prefer to be with a second commissioner. We're an odd number. Sometimes it's not possible due to scheduling, but, I mean, I think as a practical matter, Commissioner Root has not had any pre-board meetings since the one on September 25th. Is that correct?
That is correct, because I've been afraid to have such a meeting. I mean, the trust is gone here. I'm afraid. Yes.
So I guess my question is, are those rules that we would consider adopting for all of us?
Doesn't bother me if we adopt them for all of us.
I would appreciate if it were adopted for us all, because quite frankly, in my communications with staff, I have always, since Ms. Mazzal's tenure, sent my communications to Ms. Mazzal. And again, I've had 2 meetings, and this dealt with 5 emails over a 7-month period that were found to be, one other comment. In December, I asked out of fairness that when you release this report, which I find, as you might imagine, a very biased report, without the opportunity for, for any ability to respond, I asked out of fairness that you not only release the report, but you release the individual complaint, and you release my emails, so that the community who cared to investigate would actually have the context so that they could make their own judgment on things. I think it kind of shows who controls the narrative that you refuse to do that.
I actually didn't
The
refuse to do
complaint
that. I
is-
don't remember you doing that, but yeah, the complaint.
The complaint
it's all
is
available.
public.
It's all available.
Hey,
It is public through FOIA, is that?
That's correct.
Okay.
there's not a chance. Listen, as board members, we've all had the same agendas, the same items, the same issues, and policies to deal with. I have certainly made mistakes in some certain communications with folks on my first term, for sure. It was kind of fun and entertaining, but you know, I always had the intent of communicating with staff in the professional, respectful manner that they all deserve. And I guess I'm concerned that, you know, Commissioner Root just, that doesn't appear the way that she acts.
Right.
Conducts.
Mhm.
Okay? But
Excuse
I am
me.
not, listen, I actually did call, because we got that email at the end about something, I called her like at 5:05. I said, hey, I can't open this email. It was something legal. I wasn't sure I really needed to see it or not. I called you. I don't want to have to get someone else on the line to make a relatively expedient call on, hey, can't see my email, what is it? It's this, boom, bye. It was literally about a minute and a half, or maybe, well, actually about 30 seconds. So it's a terrible idea in terms of restricting my ability to be able to communicate to Edie Nazal based upon Commissioner Root's behavior. So, emails, fine. Meetings, fine. Unless waiver is given by president or something, I don't know. But calls are just a little bit different. Or just,
Could I shorten this whole meeting? I have absolutely no intention of ever picking up the phone and calling Executive Director Nazal from this time on. Absolutely none. She's welcome to call me. I have not had any calls that I can recall, other than the first introductory orientation call when you first joined the Park District, and that was, you came early, it was January of 2024. That was a call. That's the one that I remember. And so we can shorten this. I have absolutely no intention of making any further calls, because again, the trust has been totally eroded here. And a great deal has been made out about 5 emails sent over 7 months.
so let's.
So perhaps we can
any
shorten
email,
that.
You should be CC'd as the president. Any meeting, there should be another commissioner present at any meeting with Edie Nazal or anyone on staff.
And with
I'm
other
good with that
commissioners.
in terms of for all commissioners.
Well, for the pre-board meetings, we have the issue of having an uneven number. So there's always going to be one commissioner that meets alone.
Well, it just can't, well,
Right.
you'll have to issue can she issue a waiver to the,
May I assure you that I am going to be very nervous ever having another pre-board meeting, ever. Because it was during that pre-board meeting on September 25th, when suddenly here comes the complaint that's dated September 25th, and there was absolutely no discussion. So I think that will be very easy. Again, I have no desire for a pre-board meeting. I'm happy to do my work and to ask my questions with,
we can do 3.
no, you can't.
No,
because
we
of open
can't.
meetings.
We can't.
It's a
OMA.
Violation of OMA. I
Yeah.
know.
So, listen, I'm not really sure where to go here because there's been variations put on this, but
You can leave
we've acknowledged that we have a duty to provide some protection here for our staff. I think that was stated by many commissioners. I thought I had proposed a solution that would give Commissioner Root full access to meet, get information, and so forth, and that it was fairly unrestrictive in the sense that she can choose whoever she wants to involve in the conversation. So I'm not sure.
I'm fine as long as that is a board, as long as all the board is operating
But that's not
that
the
way.
way we have to operate, because we haven't written some of the items that you wrote where you're accusing people of having, a politicized process and so forth. I mean, that was extremely damaging to write that, and that has been repeated in multiple writings of yours. So,
That dealt with the comprehensive master plan and the fact that we had a board motion to include language. And I will apologize to Executive Director Nizal. As I said in my 5th email to you, that was never intended as any sort of personal accusation for you. It was a dispute and a disagreement on an issue of governance. And as I said to you during the meeting of September 25th, when I make recommendations as a commissioner on an issue of governance, I'm not focused on you, Shannon Nizal, the individual. I'm focused on the executive director of the Winnetka Park District. These are not personal suggestions, ever. And so if you took those to heart personally, I am truly sorry, because that's not what was ever intended. Again, we're taking time, it's 10 to 10.
It is late, it is
We
late.
have packed
I'd
up.
like to repeat my motion.
Well, it's been, you made the motion, it was seconded.
Right, okay,
On
we've had the
conversation,
discussion.
so
Okay, let's just go to the
Motion
roll
to call the
vote.
question,
Yep.
so,
Yep.
Commissioner Seaman,
no.
Commissioner Rapp. No. Commissioner Root,
I think I don't vote, but I would say definitely no.
Commissioner Kodo,
Yes.
Commissioner Corley,
Yes.
Commissioner Tyson,
Yes.
Commissioner Gibson.
Yes.
The motion passes.
All right. We are now moving on to new business, section 5.1, the Junior Trevian Youth Football Affiliate Agreement.
Hi.
Hi.
Okay, I am bringing tonight 3 affiliate agreements to the board. Just a little backstory, these organizations had a active affiliate agreement through 2026, but they used the old template, and the board has recently approved the new affiliate template when we also approved Board Policy 8.08. So we went back to the organizations to terminate their current agreement, rewrite it using the new template, and ensure that the documentation was all received, and here we are tonight. In the meantime, as it was stated in the public comment, the North Shore Youth Football Organization did reorganize at the end of 2025 and split into two separate 501c3 organizations. So the first affiliate agreement that I am bringing to you is the Junior Trevian Youth Football Group, which essentially is the tackle football organization, which is now the tackle football organization. So they did submit the documentation. Their affiliate agreement is identical to the board-approved affiliate agreement template, and I am seeking board approval. This will be the same, this will actually put all affiliates on the same exact timeline, where they have a one-year term with the possible of 2 one-year renewals.
Do you know why they split up into two? Did they?
I do not know exactly why, but I know the good news is now they can have cleaner records for their rosters, and everything is kind of a little bit, all the registration is separate.
Okay, thank you.
Are those kinds of questions, like, we do have the president of one of the, I think that you're president, right? Yes.
He just raised his hand.
Who might be able to provide some insight on
Conway.
this, who has waited here for nearly
A long
4
time.
hours for this
I know.
moment. So I think it might be helpful to just, like, we've not had dialogue with these affiliate groups
Right.
ever. Like, I think they've never appeared at a board meeting, so I think we should
Yeah.
take advantage of the fact that you've made such a huge time investment to be here and get things answered if we can.
It mostly had to do with governance and then roster transparency. Obviously, there was, where this started, it started with tackle, and then we didn't realize flag was going to take off a whole separate type of business, right? So the two different boards are separate boards. The governing body kind of made sense just to split it up and run it separately. So mostly governance.
Two other questions?
Do I have other questions?
For
Of
Mr.
course I
Conway.
do. I mean, in the interest of time, because it's late, I'm just gonna put my concerns out
Okay.
there so that we can consider and, hopefully address them. I know that a huge amount of work has gone into this. I suspect that Patrick has been involved in a lot of it. It shows, I think, that for an organization where we got no information before and had all this, surprise, we don't have to give you rosters, even though it says in the agreement. I feel like we have moved forward on that, and there's been a lot of progress, and I hope from your standpoint, at least, that has been evolving in a positive way. I looked at the proposed agreements. They're boilerplate to what we have for the other organizations, so I think that's also a positive. My big concern is, there's been improvement in governance, but I don't personally feel like the bylaws and the governance that is proposed, fully puts these organizations in line with our other Winnetka organizations that are affiliates. And I think definitely there are some improvement, we've taken a lot of big first steps. You have the two organizations. One of them, took over the, 501c3 status of the tackle football organization. The flag football organization is newly incorporated. Surely there will be some learning curves associated with that. When I looked at the bylaws for both of these, though, my overarching concern is just that the boards are very small. And 3 people, I feel like, is not consistent with how other boards operate in Winnetka, like the Winnetka Hockey Club, like the KWBA, like all the other affiliate organizations. They have much larger boards. So I think that, you had a lot of people here who were motivated to come and speak, who, we had a couple of letters come in. You have a huge organization. There's a huge amount of talent in the area, the New Trier area, to get additional board members. I feel like it's probably just a question of time, but I have a great deal of concern with these 2 small boards. I've certainly reviewed the past 990s. You know, it's to me difficult to accept from a governance standpoint to see a 990 with a board where two people are getting paid a significant amount of money and then there's two other board members. And I don't feel like the governance that's proposed in the bylaws and then the board list kind of overcomes that concern, especially, you know, in the board list for the flag football, it looked like there might be a family relationship between one of the board members and one of the paid people. So I am fully supportive of the program. I think people in our community love the program. I'm glad that we've gotten through the residency stuff in a you know, fair and equitable way. I think that the Park District has bent over backwards, you know, over the years to allow these programs to expand in terms of turf space and making other fields, you know, available that had not traditionally been available. I think staff certainly views, you know, this is a very positive relationship and has made things happen for the group, which, you know, we definitely want to support as a board. I think that, for me though, these governance issues are a problem and they're, you know, a work in progress. So what I was going to suggest to others is, can we do the agreement for 1 year? The affiliates are all obliged to come and present at a board meeting. I would suggest that we do that in June or July so that it's in between seasons. You know, it's not during the heat of their season. It's, you know, at a time when it's like less busy and it's just, you know, some camp things, which is a less demand. And then we remove the auto renew clause for 2 years. And then in 1 year at this time, pending that review and some enhancements in the bylaws and some additional board member recruiting, that then we can revisit the agreement and then consider adding in the auto renewal clauses at that time when the organizations are a little bit more stable. That was a lot, and I didn't even have a timer going. What are your?
Yeah, and I think on the number of board members, I would push back on that. I think we have, like, our distinction is governance versus, like, we have a panel of other people, so we have a lot more people involved. But on the governance and actual decision makings of the not-for-profits, it's a tighter group. When we're dealing with roster construction, refs, rules, you know, a lot of different issues, we have a whole nother set of people who don't have governance but are very involved in helping the league, which I do think is pretty consistent. I mean, I have kids in AYSO, and they're recruiting people to have kind of a non-governance but board participation type role there, which I think is very consistent with the way we run the flag program, at least, where I think, you know, we'll have meetings. And I'm trying to count it. I think it's probably 7 different people who are involved in that. But you know, the governance of what we're actually doing for the not-for-profit, when we're entering contracts, when we're talking about league fees, insurance, things like that, that's a tighter group, just because, you know, that doesn't involve 7 different people that have an opinion on that.
I think, like, more specifically, I'm concerned about determining the compensation of the executive director. Because, you know, it sounds like from your conflict of interest, it's a question, is the family relationship conflicted out or not? And it's a big number, and then to have 2 people deciding on that is, you know, a challenge. And then your bylaws that you presented, you know, are saying people don't even have to live in the state, they don't even have to be resident. I mean, I personally don't feel good about that because it is inconsistent with the other boards like you look at the hockey organization, they have what, 12, 15 people who are governing, they have their committees identified. I mean, this is a very tight, like, this is a nonprofit. I mean, like, in your budget, you know, going, you know, on the flag side, there was a significant, you know, salary amount. On your budget, there's another very significant salary amount, and it's just, it feels more private and LLC to me than, you know, community nonprofit. So that's why I would say, I mean, I definitely want the kids to play, but I am uncomfortable with that governance because it is different than other organizations in Winnetka, and it is, you know, like, I think we need more broad-based community support for a nonprofit. If you're coming in as, you know, like lacrosse as a private entity, that's different. But that's, you know, my opinion, and I'm happy to, you know.
Your compensation numbers are public, correct? Because they're on your 990.
None of the board members are paid.
Right.
Yeah.
None of the board members are paid. But the board members all understand how much the staff is paid.
Right.
Do the participants also understand that the staff is paid?
I mean, it's public, I mean, it's been the 990, right? I think,
Yeah.
you know, that's information they would
Okay.
know. Yeah.
So I would, if there was any objection from the 1,600 participants, you would have heard it.
Correct.
Okay, that's question number one. Number two, have there been any conversations regarding a family relationship? A lot of times you can strong arm your husband or your wife into doing something much more easily if all of your kids are involved.
Yeah.
And that can be the only person you get.
Yeah, and that, and of course, I mean, we talked about, you know, obviously recusal when it comes to contracts, anything else, and I think, you know, obviously there's odd numbers, so you can still make decisions, but of course, you know, that was with
Yeah.
eyes wide open.
I'm not finished yet. My third question is, you incorporated or sort of split these organizations and formed these boards in January of this year, correct?
That's right, I think officially, yeah, we've been
Yeah.
talking about it, but yeah, I think officially that's
Okay,
right.
so you've had a month to recruit new members and define roles and figure out how this can be staffed up on your board level.
Mhm.
Okay, you did hire a lawyer and pay to draft bylaws, which you hadn't had before, or you had to
Very
change.
outdated, yeah.
Because of these two new organizations. And you're gonna have to come back before us anyway for an annual review to report all this information, all this new information. At that point, we would have a decision node where we could decline. So I don't think we need to remove the renewal options. They're gonna have to appear before us whether they have the renewal options or don't have the renewal options. And I'd like to give them some leeway, since it seems like their compensation and their family relationships are transparent to their membership. I'd like to give them some leeway to let those organically emerge. That's all I have to say.
Just a comment, the family relationship is not transparent because it was in their board list that was provided to us. It is different than what is in the 990 from 2024.
Is it transparent to your members?
Yeah, I think everyone knows that who runs the league, all the emails come with the name on there. I mean, it's pretty, obviously it's pretty clear, but share the same last name, right? So,
Yeah, thank you.
Can I make one comment?
Sure.
I just, and I've talked to you about this.
No, it's fine.
Well, like, I don't think we should, I don't think it's our space to talk about the compensation of certain folks at certain affiliates. That's just not, it's not part of our decision-making process. So I think I'm very sensitive to perhaps criticizing an organization because certain executives make what some board members would consider to be a lot of money. That's just not our space. And I think you're right. Some of the documentation, the governance, we have that in our policy document.
Volunteer?
It has to be, you're an absolute animal on that stuff, and you've been like, really, that's a positive comment, positive animal.
Pitbull.
I mean, and it's made us better, and Shannon is super at it as well as Elisa. So I just, compensation is just like, I just don't think that's not our area. But proper documentation, certainly, it's gotta be tight. I agree with Commissioner Cotto. I don't wanna get rid of the renewal option. This is the big business.
Big business.
You need some vision as well on your field space.
Yeah, of course.
Okay. Does anyone else have a comment? No? All right.
Just to clarify though, the bylaws that we've received do not indicate an all-volunteer board. So I do think that needs to come in compliance with what our policy is. And is there a timeline that we would expect that to happen in?
It's an easy edit. I think it was just in the standard form that board members could be compensated, but no one's been compensated. there's no plan to compensate board members. So if we need to revise that, I think it's totally fine. We can
And
do
you're
that.
paid, like, in the 990s, it appeared that the paid staff were also officers, so I just
That
want to
was
confirm that they
previous.
are now
No.
not officers.
Not
So that has been a governance change
Yes.
from the old organization. And do you know if that's true in the tackle and the flag, or just the flag?
That's
or you
correct
don't?
in tackle as well.
Okay.
I'm not as involved there, but I can tell you that the
Okay.
two people who were previously paid are not board members and are not officers.
So they are like employees.
Yeah. So-
All right. May I have a motion to approve the junior Trevian football affiliate agreement as presented?
So moved.
Second.
Commissioner Koto,
Yes.
Commissioner Corley,
Yes.
Commissioner Rapp,
Yes.
Commissioner Root,
Yes.
Commissioner Seaman,
Yes.
Commissioner Tyson,
Yes.
Commissioner Gibson.
Yes.
Motion passes.
All right, and may I have a motion to approve the junior Trevian flag football agreement as presented and waive the requirement for the 2025 annual tax filings?
So moved.
Second.
Commissioner Rapp,
Yes.
Commissioner Root,
Yes.
Commissioner Corley,
Yes.
Commissioner Seaman,
Yes.
Commissioner Koto,
Yes.
Commissioner Tyson,
Yes.
Commissioner Gibson.
Yes.
Motion passes.
And just to confirm, do I need to seek a board second to have them come back in June or July?
I think
To be on the
they're
agenda,
required
or-
to do that anyhow.
I know, we just haven't set
Yeah.
the timing, so.
I mean, I think
It's
so.
okay.
That's our intention this
Okay.
summer.
Okay.
Patrick, I can't see you, but I
Thank
just
you.
want to
Thank
say, it was so wonderful to have all the kids come in and
It
the
was
parents.
fun.
It's inspiring.
Hey, do you have an over
Inspiring.
60 league?
Yeah.
My wheels are pretty good.
It was inspiring.
Tackle.
Yeah.
Okay, that's why
No
we-
flag, not tackle.
There's no field space for you. There's no field space for the dad league.
Thank you. All right.
Thank you very
We're-
much.
We're now moving on to 5.3, which is the Kenilworth Winnetka Baseball Association affiliate agreement.
So this affiliate is in the same situation where they also were on the old agreement. So they were notified of the termination of their current agreement, and they are now using the new template. And all of their documentation has also been received. So this is just procedural to do a 1 year with 2 1-year renewals.
All right. May I have a motion to approve the Kenilworth Winnetka Baseball Association affiliate agreement as presented?
So moved.
Second.
Commissioner Seaman,
Me? Yes.
Here?
We having
Commissioner Tyson,
discussion?
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry, did you want, I'm sorry.
I just wanted to note that for KWBA, they have no paid staff or anything making over 100,000.
You want to know that, or is
I
that a
just wanted to
question?
note that.
Oh, to note,
for the
okay,
board.
all right.
So,
Okay.
I'm a yes.
Commissioner Tyson,
Yes.
Commissioner Koto,
Yes.
Commissioner Root,
Yes.
Commissioner Corley,
Yes.
Commissioner Gibson.
Yes.
Motion passes.
All right, so we're now moving on to section 5.4, policy manual update, policies 4.28 through 4.39. I understand that there is some interest in discussing a few of these policies, and to allow for that, we'll take them one at a time. After each policy is presented, we'll pause for commissioner discussion before moving on. Edine is all, after each policy, I'd like to come back and check for discussion on each before we move on. Once we've reviewed all the policies, we can consider a motion on the resolution as presented or as amended. If any policy requires substantial revision, we'll table that policy to a future meeting to allow staff and council time to incorporate those changes.
Okay, so we will go one at a time, and then again, I'll pause after each policy to see if there's any discussion on that particular one. So we'll start out with 4.28. So this is a new policy. It's an old number, but a new policy, so we used one of our reserved numbers. This is an item for prospective candidate information. This is related to making available an information packet for individuals considering to serve as a Park District Commissioner. This would include general information, mission, vision, governance structure, roles and responsibilities, meeting times, all of those types of things. This is an item that is a requirement for accreditation, so this gets us on the board for that. It also allows for it to be distributed electronically or hard copy. Any questions on this one?
Not for me.
Okay, so then we'll go on to 4.
No, we're gonna vote together.
Okay.
4.29, so this item, we combined the old 4.29, which was petitions submitted by residents, and also 4.38, which was in regards to public participation in board meetings, or it was called guidelines for residents at public meetings. So this combined both of those policies into one item of that to look at in specific regarding petitions, since there was no definition of the number of petitions or anything like that. We looked at making it a may be placed on regular meeting or special meeting agenda rather than shall. If it's a petition of 1 versus a petition of 500, that's a completely different story. And then we also have another policy, 4.25, I believe, that is in regards to placing, that has information on placing items on the agenda. And since we already have a policy in regards to that, keeping it consistent throughout the policy manual on how things are placed on the agenda, we feel is appropriate in this manner. The items on public participation at board meetings and public comment standards, those are pretty much taken with just a minor cleanup from the policy 4.38, so no substantive changes there. That's pretty much all the same. Okay. Any questions on this one?
I love the enthusiasm with which you're attacking the policy manual.
It is enthusiasm.
No questions, no discussion? All right.
Okay, on to 4.30. This was previously called committees, and as far as we have added into the titled and liaison assignments, the clarification here was the policy before talked to both of these items but didn't separate what those were or give clear clarification on what those differences were. So we split those apart in the same policy to talk to and specify that board committees consist solely of commissioners, and those committees are created by this board. Liaison assignments are assignments that the board gives in regards to outside organizations, so those aren't committees that we control as the park board. Those are just things that we request participation on. So that specifies that. One item that was footnoted in here was to clarify the difference between committees and advisory bodies or advisory boards, because advisory boards, per our policy manual, is based on resident input and resident participation, while committees are solely for commissioners. This also talks to authorities and responsibilities, which were added in which it states what committees may, what they can and can't do in their roles. For the liaison assignments as a part of this as well, we clarified a little bit more, reduced some of the language, but kept the same numbers as far as the board's requests for liaison assignments for those particular items. And it also makes sure that there's an item at the bottom that says if there's any other liaison assignments that should occur or that the board wants to occur, that they can, they're not limited to what's in this policy as far as liaison assignments.
Okay.
Any question on this one? President Gibson,
No,
do you
I
have a
think,
question?
oh, I'm sorry.
The only comment I have is that a lot of boards that function, I think, more efficiently than we do have committees, in finance and administration, facilities, affiliates. They have committees to deal with some of these things. and we don't, which is why we are still here at 10:15 tonight. So I think that it's an area that, merits further consideration and review in terms of working more effectively, because everyone is at their best at 10:15 minutes. So, but in terms of the language, I mean, I'm fine with it, but I do think it's worth revisiting in terms of standing
Can you
committees.
put that in your tickler so I don't forget it?
I'll remind you every time that we're here late after 9.
All right.
Okay, moving on to 4.31. This is manner of voting. So just a cleanup here. And also just to note on the bottom, that item that was taken out, it was kind of out of place. We already talked to this in policy, in chapter 7 and in the purchasing policy. So I know that there was some question on that about why that was, one, why was it there in the first place, and one, why was it removed? And that's because it is addressed in Chapter 7. Chapter 7 also needs to be looked at and given some updates there for some clarity there, but it does not change any authorities. Any questions on 4.31?
I'm just going to make my comment on it because it is oddly placed to have capital expenditures here, but this is the most clear articulation of the spending authority that requires board approval. It is covered in Chapter 7, but it is very waffly around what's subject to bid, but it doesn't clearly identify this is the number that the executive director needs to come to the board for approval for the expenditures. So I do think when we get to Chapter 7, we need to really tighten that.
I would say with Chapter 7, that purchasing manual, I know that it was updated not long after I started, so it was in 2024, that increased that limit based on what Park District Code went to, and I know that was a specific note by the board at that time for that limit to match Park District Code. So as of right now, like if this were to stay in here, we would be in conflict with our other policy, just for...
Okay. I think this is also out of date.
A little bit.
Yeah.
Okay. The next item, 4.32, rules of order. So in consultation with council, talking about whether or not Robert's Rules of Order was appropriate for a board of our size was a conversation, and whether or not that it should be more in the intent of orderly conduct rather than specifically to Robert's Rules, which we're not a 77 commission member like City of Nashville or something like that. So it is basically giving the board a little bit more flexibility in those, but still keeping to making sure that everybody's viewpoints are addressed.
I will say at the IAPD meeting, I went to the Roberts Rules presentation, and she did say that smaller organizations don't necessarily subject themselves to Roberts Rules. It's because it's hard to follow.
Is that a good thing or a bad thing?
What do we do now? I mean, I think I just
Well-
spoke without
we need
permission,
order.
so-
We need order.
No, you still have rules of
Fine.
order. It's the,
Fine. We
Wait.
still have a parliamentary procedure in place that's defined in our policy manual. And Robert's Rules of Order can give you guidance about how to proceed. It talks a lot about fairness. However, major orders, minor orders, amendments, which order supersedes another order.
That's Robert's rule.
That's
Yes,
Robert's
it's
Rules.
so
That's
super
a little
complicated.
much for us, but the principles of fairness, I think, apply to how we generally run our meetings.
Okay.
they're like this thick.
May I on this one? My concern with this was, first of all, I don't think there's any problem keeping Robert's Rules here. My concern was it seemed to give the president a great deal of authority. And I was looking at the second sentence, and here, I would suggest that a board with majority would determine procedural. If we're gonna get rid of Robert's Rules,
let's take this out of the hands of one commissioner, the president, and let's put it into a board majority vote.
It just says in the second sentence, the board may by majority vote determine a different course of action.
Then let's take the sentence out that says the president shall, and just say the board by majority vote shall determine any issues of procedural matters as they arise.
This one that you would like to table?
Let's table this one.
Yeah.
President Gibson.
Yeah, sure.
Hey, do other park districts elect a separate president like we do at our village, or is it similar?
Depends.
Yes.
Only 3 in Illinois, we learned at the IAPB.
Yep.
convention.
Yes.
Yep.
Peoria being
Elect a
one,
president.
elect a president.
Elect a
directly.
president that, who is an admin, who's like a tiebreaker voter guy.
Thank you.
Yes.
I would just have a few comments on the rules of order. I think it might be instructive to look at how the village handles this, because they define some of their rules more specifically. And then at the end, you know, to the extent that anything is not governed by, you know, other rules, they default to Robert's rules. But I think there are a lot of cases where we would want some kind of rule, published rule backstop. I mean, I share Commissioner Ruth's concern, just that, you know, this seems to give a lot more authority to the president, which is a concern.
Yeah, I'm not looking necessarily for that authority.
Yeah. But note that the village president is elected just to be the president and does not vote unless it's a tie-breaking situation and does not make motions. So it's a different job.
But they still end up with Robert's rules.
It's
At
fine.
the end, after all the other
Yeah,
stuff.
it's fine.
Okay, so
And
we're
we have a
tabling.
lot in our policy manual with regard to how we do things and the parliamentary procedure that we follow. So the philosophy should be pretty similar between the two. If you want to reference it, doesn't bother me.
That one's been tabled?
Yes.
Yeah, I put that in the other pile, in the tabled pile. Okay, 4.33, motions, resolutions, and ordinances. This is a cleanup, basically looking at bringing in our definitions into the current time period and just making sure that that is cleaned up, but no substantial changes to this one.
Do we have any comments from anyone? No?
I think this is an excellent one.
Okay, this hopefully is another fairly easy one. 4.34, corporate seal. This is just basically saying that, just added a little substance to it and said that it can be affixed manually or electronically.
Okay.
All right, 4.35, official minutes. Again, another cleanup, giving some more details on our procedure and what the secretary is going to prepare and how we're maintaining those minutes as permanent records, and how we also look to closed session minutes and audio recordings and clearing up or adding the information in regards to when records can be destroyed based on board action, which is something that we do on a semi-annual basis. So some cleanup there.
Okay. Any discussion on that? No? All right. Moving right along.
All right, 4.36, oath of office. This just cleaned this up a little bit as well. Also added in regards to the Illinois Constitution and applicable law. So just cleaned that up a little bit, brought it into current standards. Questions about? Okay, and the next one and only one with more context is the last one with more context. So 4.37, which was mandatory training for new board members. Combine this with 4.39 and changing the name of this to board member education and training to talk to
I'll start with the first part with mandatory training. There was wording in there that required FOIA training for all board members, so that's required just for FOIA officers. So because that's not a board member requirement, we remove that. OMA training is still in there. We also added some other things that it has been brought up in the past about trainings that may be important for the board for board members to take part in. One is the non-discrimination and harassment prevention training or sexual harassment training, similar to what staff, well, actually the same as what the one that staff do on an annual basis. Next one is in regards to ethics training in regards to our ethics ordinance and state laws in regards to that. And then the next one in regards to cybersecurity awareness training. This is something that we just recently started doing for all staff with an email address. So we felt it would be appropriate for board members who also have an email address to participate in that as well. And then it gives the opportunity for the board to require any additional training as needed. So that caveat is in there as well. We also added something that we already do, which is board orientation for new board members. This is something that we do already. Felt it was appropriate to add it into this policy as it's a good accreditation item to have in there as well as part of actual policy. And then the next part of this one is in regards to conferences and continuing education. So we took what the current policy on conference is currently and also looked at that in accordance with Ordinance 602 or 2024-002, which is in regards to the Local Government Travel Expense Control Act. So we added that language in there and made sure that those items were clear in the policy to look at it from the perspective of that what we're doing from a policy standpoint is clear to everybody that may look for those reimbursements. And I'm pretty sure there's probably questions on this one.
Want me to kick it off?
Yeah, I thought you might.
So my concern with the way this is written, and then also seeing now how other districts have handled this, is, to me, the way this is written does not say, this is a really great thing to attend and we will help you attend it. And so I thought it was really good how Glencoe, it appeared that they asked, no one stepped forward and said that I want to go. And then the executive director did a pro forma travel approval not to exceed, which I thought was good because then the path was clear so that people could go with a not to exceed amount without, barriers, because sometimes people like me don't know their schedule until closer. The other thing that this doesn't say is, it's just very focused on the money. But when you go to those conferences, you are using your credential as a commissioner.
Mm-hmm.
So, should people be saying that they're going at the same time, or they might be going, or I don't know. It just, I just think it's important that for things like training and education on being a good elected official, that it is a clear path to go. I have not in all years felt that it is a clear path. I think there are also a lot of other training opportunities beyond the conference that we just attended. There's the legal symposium, there's the legislative event, there's Parks Day at the Capitol. And then also, how does it apply to other events commissioners go to, like awards dinners or, other things, so.
I didn't follow one thing that you were saying, which is when the Glencoe ED, she asked the other board members who wants to go, and no one said they want to go, but then she still, I think I misunderstood you.
No, she's still, there was a memo that said, no one has indicated interest, but I am pre-approving 2 spots so that
Okay.
if people decide later that they want to go,
Got
they
it.
can.
Okay.
Which I thought was nice, because you might not know your schedule until,
Right.
with some
No,
certainty
that's right.
until closer. So
Right.
I thought, that was a very positive statement on, you can go if you want.
Okay.
So,
Well,
that's my.
I feel like on that one, that's more of a aspirational thing than a policy thing. And I happen to be in, having just attended my first IAPD meeting, I'm totally in your court on that one. I mean, I think that it's really something that everyone should go to at least once while they're a commissioner. So I'm supportive of that.
Yeah, no, I think we should just think about the language to be like, how can we be more encouraging for commissioners and be creating opportunities, in our practices. Because we have, I mean, I know Commissioner Stevens, like, we need to save money, which I agree with,
Mhm.
but I do feel like
What did I say?
we need to save money. We need
was
to
asleep.
save money. We need more money.
Well,
But I do feel that we could support the conference fees for
Okay.
everyone, all the commissioners in this room, and any staff who, lots of staff.
Or do you have proposed language changes? Because I think, like, again, that's very aspirational, and I think this is sort of a culture change that you're asking for, but I'm not sure about, putting it into the policy, like changing the language in the policy. I'm just wondering if you have sample language that you want to change it to.
I haven't seen any other districts that have this language that we have.
President
I could
Gibson.
research it.
Yeah.
Maybe there
I would-
were examples.
I would also note that this is combined with our ordinance 2024-002. So that's very specific. So if you're going to look at a lot of the items that are in here as far as the policy are based on that ordinance. So if there are any changes in regards to what the request is, whether it's not having to go to the board after it's approved in the budget or something along those lines, that's part of the ordinance. So it needs to be looked at from that perspective too, and I'd probably defer to Adam on the Local Government Travel Expense Control Act. But I want to make sure that when we're writing policy that we're not overstepping our own ordinance.
Right, I appreciate that.
Yeah, no, I think that a, pre-approval process would help. I mean,
So I'm curious to know what you want to do here.
I want to table it till next time. I mean, I saw this on a Friday night.
Okay.
And I think.
So you want to poke around at some other, okay.
Yeah, no, I mean, I don't think that this, communicates we really, think it's valuable for people to attend. And I think it also doesn't address I'm gonna pay my own way later. I mean, like, can we just show up at the legislative conference, individually?
No, I think,
I think we should
as a
discuss that.
That's a fair question. Someone
mean,
could just say.
As a courtesy, I think you should say, I'm planning on going. Am I bouncing anyone else out if we're observing the 3-commissioner rule, or should we sit
That's a good
separately?
point.
I mean, it's just, say, I'm planning on going. I mean, like, be a professional and just say, I'm planning on going.
The week before,
hard,
I'm
no.
planning on going.
Not the week
Part.
before, say, it sounds really
Table.
interesting to me.
Is there any
Calendar.
direction for staff on what we should work on
That's
this?
what I'm trying to get, is some direction.
I think having a few policy examples from other districts, I don't know what Glencoe says, but.
I mean, like, what you described about what Director Shepherd did in Glencoe,
Yeah, I thought that was.
that was a
good.
procedure, that wasn't a policy. Like, she
Okay.
just decided to put two
Yeah, no.
things in the budget. So it was just, it sounds like it was a discussion during the budget period when they just put 2 attendance amounts in their line item.
Okay.
That wasn't the, but like, I don't think
So
that's.
we have the policy and the procedure now in our policy manual. Is that fair?
The policy requires that there's pre-approval, so there's a procedural element to it, but there's no, I don't think that Glencoe has a procedure that requires the promotion of the conference. I mean, it's a,
Some do, some boards do. Yeah,
there's
so
no,
I don't know.
I don't think encouraging attendance is inconsistent with pre-approval. It's just a matter of whether it's a procedure or a policy.
Okay.
I mean, the good news is, review is due in January of 2028. So we'll be right back, well, I mean, I'm not here, but, so it'll be reviewed in 2 years.
There we go.
So are you saying that we can,
I think we should just think about it.
okay, so we're,
It's 10:35.
okay.
So I'm
are you
leaving
coming-
as
Are you
is.
coming back at the next meeting with some proposals? I'm just trying to get guidance here. Are you gonna send it during,
Yes, do you want me to pass it?
I'm just trying to figure out how we
I
proceed here.
can, I mean, I can look at the IAPC sample policies on this if you want.
I mean, and staff can do that. I'm not sure what we're,
I mean, table it, you do research, we'll come back. I know, you're tired.
Can't
of
lose
this.
with a table.
Can't lose.
No, you don't.
Okay,
okay. I think that is all of them.
nicely done.
Okay.
Do we need
So-
to approve that
Now we need to honor,
438
yes.
is being stricken?
We haven't done it. We have to do an omnibus motion for all of these now.
I'm gonna do it right now.
Well, we have a resolution, and we can amend the resolution to only include,
I think we're only excluding 2, right?
yeah,
Yeah.
we're only excluding 2.
4.32,
Or actually, no, just kidding.
3.
We're excluding 3 because 4.37 and 4.39 are combined into 4.37. So we don't want to approve that one to nothingness
Right,
until we
that's
have
true.
something new.
That's true. Good catch. All right, may I have a motion to approve Resolution 2026-02-26-04 as amended to include sections 4.28, policies 4.28, 4.29, 4.30, 4.31, 4.33, 4.34, 4.35, 4.36.
And 4.38.
Oh, I missed that one.
Well, that one
Okay,
is
that was the
a
one, yep,
reserved
okay.
one, yeah.
And 4.38. So moved.
Second.
All right. We had the discussion, so can we just go to the vote?
All right, Commissioner Corley,
Yes.
Commissioner Rapp,
Yes.
Commissioner Root,
Yes.
Commissioner Seaman,
Yes.
Commissioner Tyson,
Yes.
Commissioner Kodo,
Yes.
Commissioner Gibson.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Okay.
Can I make a motion not to talk about policy manual for 2 meetings?
No,
Hey,
we
you didn't even have to do
objective.
them.
There's
But
an
Commissioner
objective.
Seaman, that is the highlight of my
That was-
month.
She
I got it,
loves
that
it.
was terrible.
She loves it.
That was my least favorite section.
It's my favorite section.
I know,
Did you
I know.
did you read the executive director report when our ED said how it was her favorite thing?
Yeah.
So-
Terrible.
Everybody's got a jam.
What?
Everybody's got a jam.
Needed your jam.
Okay.
It's my jam.
Wait until we get to the financial
see a
policy.
t-shirt.
Can we move on to section 6, please?
Executive Director's Report.
Yes.
It's all in your packet. I'll answer
Okay.
any questions
We're all
you have.
set? Nope. All right.
Thank you.
I'd like to
Read them,
move,
Beautifully written.
I'd like to move to commissioner report, or commissioner comments, but it's really commissioner reports now, right?
Yeah.
Does anyone want to speak?
I have no report.
I have a report.
Okay.
There was another golf advisory committee meeting earlier this month. And I would like to report that that committee, I think, is excellent. They're doing a lot of interesting work, presenting ideas, really finding their footing. But between the start of that and this last meeting, there's been a lot of communications with Kemper Sports and with Miles, and they've been very receptive to the suggestions. A lot of the suggestions, they've just said, okay, yeah, we can do these right now. Moving forward, there's, on the small scale, there's little repairs here and there that would be budgetary items. And we're still figuring out like how that communication works, how things bubble back up to this board. This board would have to approve some of these things because of the, they're not large, but they're large enough. And I also want to say that there were some discussions in there that Kemper was talking about some of their other properties that they manage. It was, Miles and Vince were both talking about things like the driving range, which is a huge, it's been a huge revenue generator recently. It's spiked in revenue. They have other courts that have all year round driving ranges. They have the systems that are, it's not Top Golf, but it's similar to Top Golf where you can play games and it tracks the ball. Those would be, you know, off in the future, but I think the advisory board's really exciting. It's really, it's spurring some ideas that we wouldn't really cover in here. So that's my report.
I heard the leadership is really strong.
What was that?
I heard the leadership is really strong. Commissioner leadership.
It's not us, yeah.
No,
So-
I meant Mickey, yeah.
Yeah, Mickey, everybody on that board is really great.
Given the hour, I personally am gonna skip my report, which was gonna be on the IAPD meeting, which was fabulous. But if we don't have other commissioner comments or reports, I would like to move on.
I have one.
Okay?
Oh, my God. Oh, my God. We are obliged to do a report on the conference attendance under our policy, and as I have just been approved for my expense report, I'm going to at least say a couple words to be in compliance with that aspect. So I attended many presentations. There was a lot of overlap with Commissioner Koto's comments, but a few things that hit home were a couple of the presentations about boardmanship, the ability to disagree productively with others, respecting their sincerity and decency. By civility, we do not mean agreement. So I thought that was a good statement to keep in mind. I will refrain from discussing this one, but other than to say actively listen, which I think mostly we do as a board.
I think we do.
I think we do a good job with that. Lastly, in terms of commissioner reports, I want to congratulate Commissioner Seaman for achieving his notable board member status.
Oh, my gosh.
I also achieved notable board member
Oh, my
status.
gosh. You were such a...
I think we need a round of applause here.
So I want to congratulate you.
Did it say anything about name calling in there? Because I feel like I want to call you a dork right now. Okay?
That was the first thing Kyle Berg and Lisa Kapusinski said to me. Why isn't anyone on this board in this
Yeah.
board development program?
Commissioner Koto encouraged me to
Yeah.
I'm sure she did.
do it. So.
I really pitched it hard with
Thank you.
everybody.
Yeah, there you go. Goal accomplished. Lastly, Adam Simon stepped in to cover a panel on board development, and he spoke about the DISC method of communication, which at least Vernon Hills had said that they had used for board development to identify the communication styles of each board member. So it might be something to consider for us, maybe at a future point, but not at 10.
Yeah.
So,
Okay.
and then the only other report that I have is that President Gibson and I attended an event at the New Trier Township offices. I think it was on February 4th with other elected officials to learn more about the broad range of services that New Trier offers. We had a chance to tour the food pantry. It was phenomenal. And we learned that they are always in need of shampoo and conditioner. They were very grateful for our support with their drive. And then finally, District 36 has approved their calendar, and younger students will return to the pre-Labor Day start of August 26th. What?
I'm going to copy that.
The calendar?
No, hand all that stuff out to them.
What stuff do you want me to hand out?
Well, maybe.
Okay.
You want this?
We're moving on to section 8 of the agenda, closed session. May I have a motion to go into closed session pursuant to 5 Illinois compiled statute 120/2, C1, the appointment, employment, compensation, performance, or dismissal of specific employees, and 5 Illinois compiled statutes 120/2, C11, litigation when an action against, affecting, or on behalf of a particular public body has been filed and is pending before a court or administrative tribunal, or when the public body finds that an action is probable or imminent.
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. It's a roll call vote.
Commissioner Corley,
Yes.
Commissioner Root,
Yes.
Commissioner Kodo,
Yes.
Commissioner Rapp,
Commissioner Rea?
Commissioner
Yes.
Commissioner Tyson,
Yes.
Commissioner Seaman,
Yes.
Commissioner Gibson.
Yes. All right, great. We're now back in regular session at 11:10, and all commissioners present earlier are still in attendance. We're moving to the executive director contract amendment, and I would like to ask for a motion to approve the amendment that has most recently been delivered, however, subject to a further revision to permit the accrual of an additional 50 hours of vacation, which shall expire on 1/31/27.
So moved.
Second.
Just to clarify, it's not a lump sum now, it's the.
Right, it's accrued over, you can accrue, so yes, for the accrual of an additional 50 hours of vacation over time, I guess is how I would say it. And may I also have a motion to adopt the,
We got to vote on that one.
I'm really like trying to go.
Yeah.
Are you ready for roll call?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Commissioner Seaman?
Yes.
Commissioner Rapp?
Yes.
Commissioner Root?
Yes.
Commissioner Kodo?
Yes.
Commissioner Corley?
Yes.
Commissioner Tyson?
Yes.
And
Yeah.
President Gibson?
Yes.
Passes.
Okay, and may I have a motion to adopt the executive director objectives per the draft dated 2/24 that was delivered to the board?
So moved.
Second.
Either one, doesn't matter.
Okay, ready
That's
for
a roll call. Yeah.
You want discussion?
Commissioner-
I don't want discussion on this, but did you read the bonus award?
Oh, I did, thank you for
Okay.
catching that. Let's do this and then I'll do the bonus awards.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
I just
Thank
don't
you
want
for
us
catching
adjourned
that.
before we
Yeah.
do that.
No, I wasn't, we hadn't moved to adjournment yet, we're still at the motion
Okay.
for the
Just-
executive director. But I
We're barreling that direction.
that I
Come on,
had,
let's
we
go.
were barreling in that direction, so I appreciate you saying it.
All right, Commissioner, this is in regards to the executive director objectives. Commissioner Tyson?
Yes.
Commissioner Corley?
Yes.
Commissioner Kodo?
Yes.
Commissioner Root?
Yes.
Commissioner Rapp?
Yes.
Commissioner Seaman?
Yes.
And President Gibson?
Yes.
Okay, that passes.
All right, and may I have a motion to approve the $10,000 bonus, I guess it's a discretionary bonus, for Edie Nizal? Yeah. That's it.
Under her current
Under her
contract.
under her current contract.
Performance review.
Yeah. For 2025/2026.
So moved.
Second.
Can we do that? No, it's involves money.
Oh.
It has to be roll call.
Yeah, okay. Commissioner Rapp?
Yes.
Commissioner Root?
Yes.
Commissioner Kodo?
Yes.
Commissioner Corley?
Yes.
Commissioner Tyson?
Yes.
Commissioner Seaman?
Yes.
And President Gibson?
Yes.
Okay, that passes.
And here we are, section 10 of the agenda, adjournment. May I have a motion to adjourn the meeting at 11:15?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.